1, 2, 3, 4.
Now listen, Jack.
Straighten up and fly right. Straighten up and fly right. Straighten up and fly right. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your top. Ain't no use in diving. What's the use of jiving? Straighten up and fly right. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your top. The buzzer told the monkey you were choking me. Release your hold and I will set you free.
The monkey looks the buzzer right dead in the eye, said,
your story's so touching, but it sounds just like a lie. Straighten up and fly right. Straighten up and stay right. Straighten up and fly right. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your top. Stay right. Straighten up and fly right. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your top. Fly right.
Nat King Cole. This is a great song, but I'm not going to play that one. This is not Marmalade March. This is not a psych rock kind of day. Hey, I'm doing a little setup, but we'll be starting in about 2 minutes.
We've got a small family business, and the family won't like this. They'll bust your kneecaps, ooh, wop-dee-doo, wop-dee-doo. They'll bust your kneecaps, ooh, wop-dee-doo, wop-dee-doo. Johnny, you told me you were no fool, you were no chump. Then you got cold feet. Now all you'll be is a speed bump. Something we call, oh, just a small family business. And the family won't like this. They'll bust your kneecaps, ooh, wop-dee-doo, wop-dee-doo. They'll bust your kneecaps, that's what they're going to do. Johnny, there's still time. Together I know we'd go so far. I'll tell Uncle Rocco to call off the guys with the crowbars. You call it crime, we call it smart family business. And the family is famous. Let's bust some kneecaps. Bust your kneecaps. Bust your kneecaps. It's such a shame that you became such an issue. Oh dear Johnny, I'll miss you. They'll bust your kneecaps, that's what they're going to do. They'll bust your kneecaps, probably some other
That was Pamplemouche. I've been playing a lot of noise rock on stream recently, which doesn't work well on stream, just because of audio compression. So there's some funky swingy jams for you. Hey everyone, I'm back. And I thought today we do a few things. So if you don't know this little game called TF2, it's October now. Scream Fortress has been enabled, but the update hasn't happened yet. It usually happens, I don't actually remember. What is it, usually like halfway into October? Scream Fortress gets an update. It seems like they do it earlier every year. What I thought would be fun, because we can assume there's going to be a crate with 20 to 30 new cosmetic items, I thought, why not look through the workshop and make a little bingo card for myself, and I'll save it, and once the update's out, we can go back and see how many I got right. And, you know, if anyone out there wants to make their own, I welcome it, but this is really just a thing I thought I'd do myself. I thought it'd be fun. So, probably going to spend a little bit just looking at the workshop, talking about what TF2 items I think would be cool. Afterwards, there's this game called Blue Fire. The VOD isn't up on YouTube, because it was in the middle of a upload lull. But it's this Hollow Knight 3D platformer game. Really fun. It's a Zelda-like. I loved it. And as of like 2 days ago, it has DLC now. 2 new zones, a bunch of stuff to do. I only heard about this today. So I decided, you know, I'm going to go ahead and boot it up and play it. So I'm going to go ahead and say, if you haven't played Blue Fire, I'd recommend it. But if you don't care, I'm going to play the DLC a bit later, because I think it's a really fun game. So how is this going to work? Great question, I hear you all asking. I've got my little bingo card here, open in Photoshop. Pretty simple. I'm going to fill out each slot with a cosmetic item from the workshop, save it, and then, you know, in 2 weeks or so when the update drops, I'll come back on stream and we'll see if I got a bingo. And once I finish with this, I'll release the template on my Discord, just so if anyone wants to play with me, you're more than welcome to. You don't have to use this bingo card, but I whipped it up just because I don't like the template ones. Also, when you look for a bingo card on Google, all you get are Pinterest links, which you can't fucking take a photo of, because they don't let you copy it, because they're Satan. Anyways, this is the Team Fortress 2 workshop, if you're not familiar with it. I kind of feel like I'm going to need background noise. It's a little deathly quiet. So, give me a second. I'm not going to put on the Scream Fortress theme. That's too cliche. There's an ambient album by Ozma. I don't know if it's the same Ozma that I'm thinking of. I just remember years ago finding this album of ambient sounds, and I thought that would be perfect background noise. Which ambient sound would you guys like to listen to? Do you want to hear the octopus gargling? Do you want to hear the bells chiming? That's really loud. I like this one. Alright. I'll just leave it on this, and hopefully it doesn't jump scare me later. Thanks for the sub. I saw a few fly by. Didn't get a chance to point them out, but thank you. So one more moment and I'll jump into it. I have to rearrange a little bit on my Streamlabs. So I guess the first question is, what would the free spot be? What's the most obviously going to get added thing this update? I'll just do some browsing. Do the most popular of today. Map reskin. I wasn't thinking I would do... Well, I guess I could put maps. Let's just look. And if you see anything interesting in chat, feel free to scream it out. So far, none of these are popping out for me. There's way too many nothing burger war paints. That'd be cool. The crow hoodie. I'm looking for the meme items. The real goofy shit. Marasmus Unusual. It's a little on the nose. I'll come back to unusuals. I just want to look at items right now. Cosmetics. Cosmetics and taunts and misks. Oh, you can only search one slot at a time. I see. But would that actually get in? That's not even Halloween. It's just a pizza stuffed onto their face. That would get added. Okay, this is getting added. Ghostbusters hat. I'd put my money on that. It's not a photo. I'll just throw that like in a corner. This is the most efficient way to mask in a photo. So first one, I'm going with Ghostbusters hat. I think that's a safe pick. You would think they would have added the Valve by now, but no. What the fuck? That looks pretty cool, actually. So it's a skeleton mask for the soldier. With a crown. That looks pretty badass. I'm saving my picks right now because I'm trying to guess things I think will get in as opposed to things I want to get in. It's Pauling's hair, but for Scout. This is sending off the intruder alarms in the back of my head. Something's wrong. Identity theft is not a joke, Jeremy. This is a UFO hat. I mean, that's just an unusual effect right there. God, that would be cool. It's hard to say if that would get added, but I want it to. So, I'm going to put that on my list. Valve, add this and give me one. I can't. Don't we already have one of these? Wasn't like one of the first cosmetics in the game just a skull on the head? It's well made, but weird dog. What? All right. The era of bird heads is over. The era of dog faces has begun. I mean, that began years ago with the wolf medic. Really. Cool hat. It's not really Halloween. It's just a pirate hat. I mean, what's... Ooh. We got Sephiroth hair. It's not Halloween, though. That's just hair. There's this big problem on the workshop where people just tag everything as Halloween because it's more likely to be seen. But it's not really Halloween at all.
Yeah. Valve, add this and give me one.
No, I don't think so. Pothead? Don't we already have a cauldron head for the pyro? I can't keep track anymore. That's cool. It's like a year-round Sir Hoots-a-Lot. Once I kind of feel like I've run through them all, I'll go back again. I'm just trying to do a first sweep here. I know there's a few items I've seen I actually would vote for. Damn, this is pretty cool. Plus, he already has the blighted beak. This is sort of like a Halloween version of that. Venus spy trap. Feed me, NG. Does it come with the backpack? Or is that a separate item? Called it. I guess it's one item. Which makes sense, it's connected. Damn. That's cool. Would I bingo chart it? I'll go back. I'm not locking in my bingos quite yet. I just want to get a look at what's on the table, you know? I fucking wish this got in. I love BlazBlue. That was a joke. I'm kidding. I don't think they could get that just because of, like, rights. I mean, I doubt Guilty Gear would care. Or Arc System would care. But I don't think it would get in. It's a hanger going through their head. It's alright. Simple execution. Clean work. Chris Redfield. We got some RE4 here. Cool. Again, I mean, I guess you could argue that's Halloween. That's Halloween. Another sandwich hat. Someone made another sandwich hat. I feel bad for them. I bet, because there's another hat like this in game. Maybe they were working on that and they just were slow to the punch. A lot of Pepes. Little unfounded, don't you think? Okay, this one's getting added. I don't even have to think twice. This one is going on the bingo. It's a ghost hand that's patting the Merc's head. And it's animated with jiggle bones. That's going on my bingo. Pet the chat. You know what grinds my gears? Every time I look at my release radar on Spotify, Oliver Tree is there. But I don't fucking listen to Oliver Tree. Like, stop recommending me Oliver Tree and Drake. I'm sure they're good artists. But they're surrounded by indie rock. Cranial liquor. Cute. I don't think that'll get added. What the fuck? What 9 years of had updates does to a motherfucker right here. Half Lego, half lung cancer. Another Borscht hat. What's this? Do not open the wardrobe. Yeah, I mean, this would be great, like, 6 years ago when Valve actually added Halloween costume sets. And they didn't just add random shit that happened to be kind of spooky. But that would have been added, like, back when restrictions were a thing. Now, I'm not so sure. It's a good set, though. It's well made. Burger. A burger hat. And it has a tomato tongue. Damn, I kind of want that one to get in. But I don't feel like it's worth gambling on the bingo. Kill me. Later. Balloon head pyro. Another valve. the admin's hair. It's a little on the nose, but alright. A lot of monoculous stuff I've seen. I'm turning this down. This is too creepy. Alright, what else do we have? I haven't seen that many standouts. A guac hat. Is this like Aperture related? Or is that just a guacamole hat? I've been eating guacamole more. Or not guac. I keep saying guac. Avocado. It actually tastes really good. On like a black bean wrap. Would recommend. The problem is they go bad after like 3 days. Another frog. Is there a famous spy frog character? A reference that I'm missing? Another frog. Seems like we're already running out of Halloween stuff. Actually, I'm only looking at hats. There's also misks. So, that's fair. That one's not even Halloween. This one I saw a while ago. I was waiting to see this one. I've already liked and upvoted this shit. MF Doomface. That one's going on my bingo. I mean, I guess technically it's a Dr. Doomface. I just think of MF Doom. I feel like it would be a cool, if kind of random, attribute to the passing of MF Doom, who passed away, wasn't it last Halloween? Got spittles and skittles. Rest in peace. Again, not a Halloween hat. Just wanted to look at it. This one's Halloween. The worst part is, this is some shit I would expect Valve to add. The jaw, at least. You know what? Wild card. I'm throwing it on the bingo. I think it's plausible this actually makes it. It's going on the list. Ew. Inside out face. I feel like that's too graphic to add to TF2. And it's already rated M, I think, right? Ghost hats? That's actually really... That's pretty clever. Ooh, but would they add it? Does it have phonemes? Does it move? Changes shape by the class. I'm gonna guess its mouth doesn't move. Because they would have shown it off. But that's cool. I think that's worth adding. And I think it's plausible that would get added. So... tossing that one. This is ominous music now. Boomer bucket. The boomer bucket. Oh, I hope they add this. I feel like they could get away with it. Yeah, it's classic Doom loadout right here. I mean, he already has the original. The question is, would they add this for Halloween? I feel like that one's plausible. I'm gonna add it, but that might be quick on my list of replacements if I find something else. And I'm keeping that open slot for something I know for sure they're adding. Cool hat. I don't know if I would want to use a crate slot for it, but that's cool. We got another bread hat, bread cosmetic. Of course. There's an actual Lego hat.
Pick up that can.
Valve could add this, but they didn't add the head crab hat, so I don't feel... But that was made before Alex. It's not even Halloween. This looks cool. It's 10 years old. Damn. The Master Batter. Yeah, alright, that's pretty good. That's just his pitching hand. Ew. Vision looking motherfucker. Or Thanos, depending on your paint. Yeah, what if you're on blue team? You just have blue veins. If you're on blue team, you become blue. This one freaks me out every time I see it. It's been on the workshop for 7 years, but I always hate it every time it resurfaces. The old Janir. Not Halloween, but I want it. Looks like we're running out of hats here. I'll check one more page. Another plague face. Beat you to it, bro. Alright, I'm gonna switch over to Misks now. We've still got taunts and unusuals and, I guess, maps to look at. Do-do-do-do. And we'll probably see some repeats just because of how people mark their items. So, his eye has regrown. I'm good. Halloween Spell Flask 2 Series Proposal. Teardrop, Footprints, Voice. Oval, Hex, Cross, Taper, Tonic, Spindle, Star. If Valve was the cool parent that took you to McDonald's after school, they would add this. Because it seems like someone's done all the work. I'm assuming that they've made the particles. Yeah, the particles are already made. Valve just has to add all of these. Spicy Splash. It turns Girardi slightly more orange. And they call it the Spicy Slash. The Undefined Substance. For Mad Milk. I don't see why Valve wouldn't add this. Outside of maybe, like, how would they monetize it, though? Like, would you just unlock these in a crate, or would it just be an item? Because they need to compensate the creator somehow. This is gonna be, like, kind of out there. I want to add that to my bingo because I think it would be based as fuck if Valve added that. I don't think they will, but it would be really based if they did. What's the purpose of the bingo? I'm gonna get things I want in or think will get in, and then I'll come back in 3 weeks and see if I get a bingo. That's the point of it. Beelzebub. In the comics, Medic talks to the devil. I think he has a deal with him. So this would kind of make sense. But I'm gonna hold off. Medical Marble. Something silhouettes. It's beautiful. I don't know what to say. You can even paint the eyes. And they glow. We do a little harm. Would... I mean... It's the medic. As long as he has sort of a white silhouette, like the what is it, the coat or the body, as long as it's readable at a distance, I feel like this is plausible. Team color, but it doesn't remove any team color, does it? Outside of maybe his tie. All the medic has is the tie, and I guess the straps. Man, I want to add it, but no, I can't risk it. I gotta get another look at this one. Rancho Reducto. Beautiful music, by the way. It's a mini Rancho Relax. I solve a little practical problems. And if that don't work, use more Rancho. I'm not, well, should I keep that music on? I almost want to turn it off. On or off? Ew. Hold on. I'll turn on Scream Fortress, which probably isn't on Spotify. Classic. This hat looks a little misplaced. Oh no, it's glasses. I thought that was a hat. Banana practical potions. I could see that. I feel like there's already potion grenades for some classes. A really hastily drawn eye. Well, not hastily drawn. Pastily. Ew. What the fuck? Neck snap! Hata! Got a Pinocchio scout. Equally horrifying. It's so hard to guess what they're gonna add, because I can't tell if they're gonna add costumes or just random items. So, I'm gonna hold off. Poopy dough. There's not that many sets anymore. That kind of sucks. I'm used to seeing like 3 two-piece items, but these are all just sort of one-offs. Head full of eyeball. It's made by Neo Dement, so you know it's gonna get in. I still can't tell what's gonna be the top tier item. The crate seller. Zomboonicorn. Does anyone even remember the Balloonicorn? I'm just remembering that thing existed. Doesn't feel relevant anymore. You made that 5 years ago, probably would have gotten in. Scout can't grow facial hair. Wow. Already kind of threw it. There's team coloring on this one. It's good. Let's see if there's any taunts. Actually gonna look at pyro. I want to add a helmet. I mean, I feel like I'm thinking a lot harder about this than any Valve employee is. There's no Valve employee that's like, I gotta make sure we get a pyro hat in. They're just going to throw darts at a board to decide what gets added. The fly trap. I don't know. I don't see anything better than the fly trap. Nothing. Man, we've really hit the peak of pyro heads, huh? You can turn them in... No, I thought you'd turn them into Bomb King. The endoskeleton. No thanks. Well, never mind on the pyro head. Doo-doo-doo. Running low here. I'm not totally sure how Bob Ross is Halloween, if I'm being honest. Not saying it's bad, just I wouldn't call him scary. Did I add the boomer bucket? Yeah. Alright, I'm doing a second pass here where I'm just gonna try and grab stuff. Looks cool. It's not Halloween. But who's counting? Okay. Damn. I gotta be honest, Steam Workshop. Your game used to go much harder. There's definitely some good items in here, but there used to be like pages upon pages of bangers. And I gotta say, you sort of weak knees on me right now. What I think Valve will end up doing is probably adding a lot of old items. Like, they'll go back. They have a big catalog of old stuff that they can add. Man. Yeah, I'm flying through here like I'm reading social media right now. I'm not seeing anything. Nothing that I'd want added, at least. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think you thought that one through. Good item. I mean, I get it. You throw the blanket over your head, and you're a ghost. I'm just saying... There's a reason the executioner shouldn't be paintable, that's all. Come on, give me something. Hat full of eyeballs. That it? It's just a hat with eyes? I shouldn't say that's it. A lot of work has clearly gone into it, but... Horrifying. Oh man. I don't know what to pick. What if can I like sort by oldest? I can't. I just have to like go back. That's a weird thing. I can't search for over the top, like a different time period. I can only look at what's popular today. I want to see what items have been getting made like for a while. Filter by date. Between September 1st and I hope I did that right. I don't think last updated matters. I just want to see what's been made. This hasn't changed that much. Jeez. Insane Main. We have the joking Phoenix here. Cool. Or is that Silence of the Lambs? No, he's smoking. That's Joe Kwan. Sockhead. It could get added. This is taking too long. I'm adding the horrifying heavy face. No. Do I have even one heavy item? Okay. I don't want to have more than one heavy item because Valve never adds more than one heavy item. So I would be wasting a bingo slot doing that. Probably won't get in, but I need to fill a space. The sockhead is cool. I just don't know if I'd put my money on that getting added. Roboculus. It's a robot monoculus that follows you. I wish follower items were more cool. I just never really see people use them. Probably because they probably don't get added just because it's sort of a... Players don't know if they're supposed to shoot that. There is a Wheatley eye, though. And a Hal eye. So that's cool. Terrarium. That's actually a pretty good hat. I'm gonna add this one. Screw it. But they already have kind of like green glowy pyro. I don't know why I'm saying that like they care. Wouldn't be the first time they added a hat that's already kind of in the game. Also, that clocks out the pyro hat. So here's a set. It's a mage engineer. It's cool. I don't know if they would add that coat. Even though it looks really cool. Because, like... I don't know. Class recognition. But I'm just gonna add it. Because I feel like I could see something from that getting added. My copy's not working. Aquarium. I wouldn't mind that getting added. I did cover the middle. That looks great. I'm just gonna leave it there. That's something Valve would add. I don't know if they're gonna do, like, contracts and war paints or anything, so I'm kind of just ignoring those. I mean, they probably will. Fuck it. I'll look at the war paints. I just hate looking at them. That's all. So, do I have it Halloween? Halloween war paints. What do we got? Chocolate. Okay, candy. It's not really legible. Thorny, it's... I mean, well, okay. It's something. Metallicized soul. That's not bad. I'm not totally sure what the theme is. It's just like metal. Flame forged. Okay. I kind of like this one. Simple. But it has... And yeah, it's Halloween colored. Sometimes less is more. I could see some people finding this boring. But I feel like I gotta add at least one war paint. I wouldn't mind throwing down on that. I know that there are some limits with how war paints work. That creators can't totally customize them. They have to use templates, so I understand the limitations. The contract completer. I mean, it's not really Halloween, but that is admittedly a little meta in a clever way. I wouldn't use it, but I could see it getting added. Don't know if it would get added in Halloween. Might replace that. And fuck it. One more. I'll look for one more. Swamp House. There's so many war paints now, I don't even know if it looks like something that's already in. We got a Junji Ito Uzumaki war paint here. It's not bad. Maybe. Neon lights. People would like that. People would eat this one up. Ew. I mean, it looks grotesque and gaudy. I'm just saying people would eat that shit up. I'm not saying that it looks super great. I mean, it looks good. It's just there's not enough, like, empty areas. It doesn't seem really balanced out with matte coloring. But would they... Because you gotta remember, war paints are all year round. I don't know if they would go that far out. I hope they wouldn't. That's pretty well designed. Sort of a fall vibe. A lot going on. I like the quilt. I don't know if there's a quilt skin. So, I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, I'll add that one. Two more slots to fill. I'm not gonna do a war paint, but I will look. Haunted Skulls. Oh. Like I just opened a container of mints. I don't really have any strong feelings about it. It's a war paint. It's like... I don't have strong feelings about any war paints at all, honestly. When they first came out, they were a novelty. This is kind of cute, admittedly. It's a cherry pie. I kind of want to replace this one. The food ones are cool. What will I replace? Damn. I'm just gonna get rid of one of my hats. Because I think the cherry pie one is plausible. Is anyone else getting sick of this music? Is there another Halloween song I can play? I don't think so. I'm not sure what good ambience there would be. I thought maybe Junkenstein's Revenge would work. What about, like, MVM music? I've only got about 2 more to fill out, so... Hey, Morgan. I am just trying to find items to throw on my bingo chart, but this year is not as strong as any of the old days. I got 2 more. Do they do weapon unusuals anymore? Can't even remember the last time. Ew. I mean, I like it. Feels like a bit much. Little oh, you can't see it. My bad. So there's this... This is the one I was looking at. It's a little bit graphic. I like how you can pick which side of your face is mangled. That's cool. I hope you can wear 2 of them and just fuck up everything. Poopy dough. This feels like some top of the crate shit right here. I feel like a boomer using the word crate even though they haven't done crates in years and they're all cases. But that looks like some top of the case shit. Maybe this, though. I'm gonna say that's gonna be the top of the case. Kinda regretting not adding the Chris Redfield here. Well, how about this? What classes do I not have items for? I have the Soldier, the Demo, the NG. A lot of all-class stuff. Maybe I might have added too many all-class items. A lot of them, honestly. Didn't I add a heavy item? Where? I thought I added a heavy item. I probably should have done that. I should have gone class by class and added 1 for each. Oh, I removed it. That's why. That's why. Oh yeah, people don't fucking make heavy items. That's why. Watch them add like 6 different old man faces. Decimating half of my bingo card. No one makes fucking heavy items. No heavy items whatsoever. Loading mind. Alright. Not Halloween, but it could get added. Top prize. Ah, that's good. That's a good one. Damn. I feel bad about how many all-class items I have in this, but also no one's making anything else. Also, I'm only looking at new items. No one, like, Valve is gonna look at items from 2014. I'll look at... sniper items. And I'll just go to, like, page 30. I could probably just do the filter by date thing. From 2014 to 2019. For the sniper. I wish I could filter out all class items. Because it kind of just ruins the look. I have 1 more slot to fill. Valve's gonna add just 1 random, really old item. I helped work on this one. I made the post... Did I make the textures on this? I can't remember. But I made the photo for this one. I think I might have done the texture work, but it's been so long I can't even remember. Yeah, I think I did. because I gave the tongue weird veins. Not my best work. The model was well made. For the time. Also, yeah, they don't even make crates anymore, so that's super outdated. And the URL broke. I cannot look at other items now. Interesting. This isn't really working. I'm just gonna add another random item. I'm not feeling super confident on this here, but I would love for Valve to surprise me. One more item, one more item. Come on, give me something good. Preferably not an all-class item. I want to add Poopy Dough, but I've already added some high-tier stuff. And I already have a potions in one. Come on, one more. Just give me one more good item. It's a good item, but I can't. This would be cool because Medic already has one, but won't get added. I could see this. Alright, I'm going with it. I don't have a medic item anyway, so that works out. Throwing? I'm not throwing. You're telling me you couldn't see that item getting added? That's some safe, by-the-books Frankenstein shit. And Photoshop will not let me move it. Two out of 10 pick. Oh, please. Spare me. You've seen what I'm looking at here. What is there to work with? That could be added any update. It does not need to be Halloween. That's way too big. Did I cover Hades again? Yeah, I covered Hades. I'm comfortable with that. So this is my bingo chart. I did it. We're done. I've got one all-class taunt. I've got the Glassy Unusual. I have a Doot Follower. Pyro Cosmetic. Doom Guy Costume. Devil Horn Unusual. The Hand Patting Head. I feel like that's gonna get in. For the skins, I've got the Cherry Pie, Quilt, and the Contractor. We got a Doom Hat. This is like the item I hope gets in. We got some... Is it Quake? Actually, yeah, no, that's... I'm stupid. That's the Ranger. That's not Doom Guy. All-class glasses. Unusual taunt. Just some random set for Engineer. We've got the lore-friendly map. We've got the 2010s reskin. We've got the OG reskin. Maybe they'll add spells this year, because someone already did the work for them. Ghostbusters hat. Oh, also forged metal for a skin. UFO, this is going to be the high tier of the crate. Or it's going to be like one of the higher tiers, and the Chad soldier face will be the top tier. Hammer smashing the head. We've got blown up glasses medic. And we've got ghost hats. So it doesn't really have a central theme here. But in my defense, TF2 updates never do. And just for fun, I'm gonna like guess what my most likely bingo is. I'm gonna go with... I think Hades is getting added. I think the petting hat is getting added. Ooh. I think Dude's getting added. Eyes are getting added. That's getting added. Oh, this is tricky. I don't have a lot of confidence in these. I think the hammer hat's getting added. I'm kind of just Xing randomly until I get a bingo here. I think Ghostbusters will get it, but there's already a all-class hat is the problem. So, you know what? Quake hat, Contractor. I think that's my most likely bingo here. I think I have a very low chance of bingo. Actually, you know what? I changed my mind. I think that'll get added, but that won't. Doom will get added. Cherry Pie will get added. Devil Horns gets added. And that's my bingo. This is my prediction. And watch as 30% of my bingo gets added. But this is my guess. The Devil Horns is tricky. Guys, this is an unusual effect. It's not a hat. So, I feel like it's pretty plausible that gets added. And, you know, I might have another bingo here. If they add this, then I feel like I have another chance. But I'm not putting my money on it because it feels like too much work for Valve. And this concludes my workshop bingo. I will come back when the update's out, whether it is 3 weeks from now or 4, however long it takes. I'll come back and let you know if I got a bingo. But that's probably going to be it for the workshop. If there's anything else on the workshop, someone wants to link me, feel free to. But I think that's it. So now, I'm going to switch over to Blue Fire, which is, as I said, a 3D platformer, Hollow Knight-y sort of inspiration, with new DLC that's out now. Give me a moment to prepare. But yeah, if anyone wants to like play bingo with me, you're more than welcome to send me it in your disc. I'm having a stroke. You can go to my Discord and under FUNKe stuff, post your bingos if you want. Or don't. I feel like, you know, I struggled to fill out one sheet, so you can just come back and see if I got one later. But I'm going to switch over now. I got to get the game loaded up. I have finished it already. So there's not that much you need to know if you haven't seen Blue Fire. It's not super lore heavy. It's mostly sort of a mechanical, jumpy combat game. And there's like 2 bosses in the main campaign. And I'm going to play it now. Right after I lower that volume. Is it actually RV4? It's the build of the game is 420. Nice. It's very like Hollow Knight in that they don't tell you what the hell to do. I had to go look up how to start the DLC. But I know, so we won't have to run around blindly, thankfully. So just a quick rundown for people who might have forgotten or don't know. First, the most important thing is you can change your clothing. Gotta go orange. Of course, for Halloween's sake. Let's see, what's the most, like, Halloween-y? I mean, I guess the dark outfit works. This is Blue Fire. Again, great game. Would recommend it if someone else is considering playing it. If not, I'm gonna go start this DLC. I think it's about an hour and a half long. So, for me playing it, probably about 2-3 hours. Fuck. It definitely has Hat in Time vibes. It has really responsive movement, a lot of air control. It shares that with Hat in Time. It's not super floaty or awkward to move around. I thought this stream was longer. I'm surprised to learn it's only been 25 minutes. Also, I think I ran the wrong way. I got teleported to the right door, but I thought I was on the other side. Nice. I guess you could call this a Metroidvania. It has a lot of backtracking elements in it. This is the door right here. Yeah. Void Gate. I've been getting a lot of emails recently about people wanting to make the pro bending game. A couple about the music RPG. But I thought it was interesting. Like, I'm definitely not the first person to have thought of that idea, but I've been learning recently, some people have, like, sent me videos of them trying to make a game like that, like, 2 years ago, but they sort of scrapped the project. I'm wondering how hard it would be to lasso up a team. I do not have the budget to pay them, though. But me and my buddy are still kicking around, trying to learn Unity to make a build ourselves. So maybe at some point it can turn into something. Just thought that was cool. So gotta get reoriented with combat. Ow. I'm trying to remember, because it's been a good half a year. Oh, shit. I didn't get a save point. There is a shine. Note to self. Shine. Pretty. This game is still really under the radar, by the way. It's a shame. Thoughts on Dokev? I don't know what that is. I have very strong and negative opinions about Dokev. God, I could just go on. I'll spare you. Use Guardian Soul. I don't have it. Alright, it's gonna be a lot of this DLC. You would think they would give me, a save point somewhere. Just so I don't have to backtrack. Or I don't have to, like, run all the way back if I die. That's me practicing my shielding. There it is. I was doing the wrong lock-on. That's why it was so difficult. It has the Zelda lock-on. I was thinking of the Dark Souls lock-on. Actually, I think there might be like a self-heal mechanic in this. Alright, I've relearned. I thought the game had a parry if you perfectly time the deflect, but you can't really spam it. You get hit, you just lose the whole bar. Thanks for the sub, Curry. So, admittedly, and this is a really shameful thing to admit, I've been playing New Worlds off stream. And I shouldn't, I know. It's an Amazon-owned MMO, which is the worst possible combination of words to ever come out of anyone's marketing scheme. It's not that bad. I'm playing it because I have a couple friends. And any game is fun if your friends are playing it. It's not bad. A lot of the gameplay loop is getting like 7 quests at a town, and then you just run out and complete them all, and then you run back and get your XP. And I'd be lying if I said the reason I started playing it is because I really liked Outward, which isn't an MMO, that's just a single-player open-world RPG. But it's really empty, and there's a lot of walking without much to do. But New World looked cool. I've been playing it. It's not that bad. The biggest problem I've encountered is the servers are dog shit. The queues usually back up to thousands of people. The last time I tried to get in, I was line 1,000 in queue. I went to the park, took my dog for a walk, went and got food, came home, lifted weights for a little bit, and after like 3.5 hours, I was still number 200 in the queue to get on a server. You have to basically plan to play the game 5 hours earlier than you actually play it if you want to. And in a way, it's great because it incentivizes me to not waste my time playing an MMO. Because I can't even play it to begin with. But admittedly, a little annoying. And keep in mind, I haven't played MMOs in a long time. Last one I played was Black Desert Online, probably like 3 or 4 years ago. And I did not like how grindy it was. Never played FF14. I mean, that's the one everyone talks about right now. They just always feel like a job to me. And I'll definitely get tired of New Worlds after about 15 hours. But if you don't mind being exploited for your time and attention, it's not awful. Oh, there is a parry. Maybe I'm just missing the cue for it. Fuck your potion. Science isn't real. Have I heard of Unsighted? Nope. It seems like they do reuse a lot of the visuals from the early area. Not that I mind, I know it's a small company. Okay. There's just sort of this industry standard meme of the low poly flat shading graphics that a lot of indies use, obviously because it's effective and minimalist, doesn't take too much work to make. But it can turn me off of some games sometimes. That said, I enjoyed the platforming of Blue Fire too much to let that bother me. Such as, I mean, Necropolis, Roblox. I wish I had more examples. I was just talking sort of this Unity look, where it's really big blocky squares, flat textures. Tabs, totally accurate battle simulator. That's probably a good example of the visuals I'm talking about. Like, it's effective, but it's not super memorable. Whoa. I mean, that looks platformable to me. I don't feel bad trying to climb that. In fact, I'm actually a little confused because this is the door that opened. Okay, I just hit a ramp, I guess. Oh yeah, this guy. I honestly forgot about him in the story. He's just the cool big brother figure of this game. Warrior, the time has come. You are now ready to learn about the darkest part of our history. He looks like a frog. This room is a symbol of painful tragedy. The game is not voice acted. It is known as the Void Gate, an ancient training ground of the Fire Guard. The origin of voids. Take notes. This void behind me is known as the Void of Sorrows. It is a gate to a mysterious land that's been sealed for centuries. Long ago, many of our bravest warriors were trapped inside. Bravest Warriors? That show was great until the last season. Or what was it, season 5, where they started doing tweening animation on it? Stop being, it's it's like a adulty Adventure Time. Also made by Pendleton Ward, for those curious. Bravest Warriors. Warrior, we shall break the chains that bind it. We shall release the seal and set those warriors free. The Void of Sorrows must be unchained. Go now, light the blue fire Void of Sorrows DLC, and release this world. Looks like I found the main ensemble of the game, which is unchaining each of these stitchers. Gonna have to find out how. The Void Gate, a link between voids. Training grounds for the Fire Guard. That's a lot of words. Nice. Alright. Just gonna start playing this DLC. Oh, hello. Really hard in the paint right now. Well, I drowned. I was getting very focused. Thanks. Bzz. Everything scares me. Trying to remember if there are special abilities in this game. I know there's a charge attack I'm totally forgetting about. There's a big shot. I think it's... Oh yeah, there's a whirl. Telekinetic blast. I don't remember that. Man, that enemy design looks really, really budget friendly. Looks cool. I like the little eye lantern. I am remembering the demo for Enchain playing this. I think that comes out in, like, in a month or two. Which is another one of these platformy Metroidvanias. Just remember that. Alright, new plan. Run past them. Shit. A beautiful Coliseum. This is kind of where the hat and time element comes in. And by that I mean just every 2000s platformer. Game is like game. Game is like video game. If you like game, you're gonna love video game. Seems a little simple, considering the later levels have lasers and spike plates and moving platforms. This was pretty introductory. Not that I'm complaining. As rusty as I am, and as painful as my eyes are staring at this screen. That's better. Oh, I just realized that Nightbot link is outdated. I don't think I've informed people here, but the VOD channel on YouTube for my streams has migrated to a new channel called FUNKe Stream Archive. So if you're used to seeing streams on FUNKe VODs, you're gonna want to migrate your sub over to the Stream Archive. It's up now with every stream I've done in 2021. It's just not really plausible to keep VODs updated anymore. Sinister used to run it, but he's been kind of off the grid recently, and I haven't been successful in contacting him about the channel or anything. So I just wanted to correct that link that flew by in chat. The VODs are on a different channel that you can get through my recommended channels. Or like a link under the stream, I think. That's all. I mean, Lord knows that you're just dying to hear another 36 hours of me silently play games. But just wanted to let you know. I missed a little peppy. Gotta go find this blue dot. Editing streams. It sounds boring. I would maybe do an animation stream. If only just because it would be fun sort of bouncing ideas with chat. Something creative could come out of it, I think. I don't know if I would do editing, though. Oh, that's it. I didn't see that platform. Are these not the peepees? Farah's Dream. I don't remember a Farah character in this game. Boris's Fate. Kasia, I use Source Filmmaker in that one. In general, I animate with Source Filmmaker. It's a big mistake. It's not a good idea. But there's a lot of free assets in it, so gets the job done. I deserve that. I mean, you can achieve a cool effect in Source Filmmaker. You can have the sort of stop-motion-y stuff. There's just a lot of bugginess when you're trying to set your keyframes to spline instead of flat or line. When you're trying to do more technical stuff, like changing how motions look, the entire program vomits into its mouth and then screams at a frequency too high for the human ears to hear, and then it crashes, and then you just have to reopen it and keep trying. It's just, it doesn't work well with you sometimes. If you need to make new assets for it, it's a lot of extra work because you got to know how to use the hammer editor or turn models into .mdls and textures into .vmts. It's not super... what's the right word here? Intuitive. It's just... it simplifies down a lot of the basics, which makes it accessible. See, I have this syndrome called gamer syndrome. It's where I want to be everything and nothing at once. So, right when I'm getting used to, like, learning a program like SFM, I get bored and I'm like, I want to learn Unity. And then I start learning and then I get bored and I'm like, I want to get a drawing tablet. And I start drawing. And then I get bored and I'm like, I want to learn a voxel software. I want to learn how to make 3D art with cubes. And it's taken me about a decade of pulling a rubber band on my arm to finally, like, learn SFM. It's like that with most programs. I just get so distracted so easily. A lot of these kind of feel like reverbs of existing challenges. Like, I remember doing an exact puzzle like this. Wabis, a lot of finding the motivation for me. Honestly, I need to stop and think about it for a moment, but for me, it's usually sculpting out the finished picture in my head and then continuously chopping away until I reach the end. The only thing, like, the worst scenario is I get discouraged because it's not becoming what I wanted it to be. But at that point, it's usually just powering through for me. I think it just comes down to how dedicated I am to the project I want to make. Like, if it's something I really want to make and I know I can plausibly do it, I know that the 3 extra days of tearing my hair out does not outweigh the years of being able to look back and say, damn, I'm glad I did that. You know, when I made the Bomby when Piebun made the Bomby model and I got access to it, I've had it for like a year and a half. And I didn't use it for anything because I'm like, well, I don't want to animate me talking with this character. That feels a little tacky. It's sort of like a YouTube commentator vibes, and I didn't really want to commit to being that guy. Like, I want people to like my scripts and my writing and my jokes. I don't want them to just say, haha, good animation, and that's it. So I just had it for a year and a half. I had no motivation to do anything with that. But as time passed, you know, 3 months became, 2 years. I looked back and I was like, man, I used to make those FUNKe TVs with the animation, and I always felt great after I finished it. And I stopped making them. What if I just tried? And it was the best performing video in my entire channel's history, making that TF2 video. Now, I had some security in it. I know my viewers know TF2. They haven't heard me talk about it. And I know I have enough of a platform. If I do a lot of effort in a video, I'll get credit for it. I can't say that is the same for people that don't have a built foundation. Sometimes you put in the extra work and you get none of the credit for it. You don't get the views, you don't get the recognition. So I can't really say how you power through that, because that's not a problem I've had to deal with for a long time. The internet was a very different atmosphere when I was still a growing creator. You know, before all this, I just made little SFM bits, just like really short 20-second TF2 animations, and they weren't pulling in numbers, like 5K views. It's modest, it's not big. But at that time, I just did it because it was fun. When I started pushing myself to do more, to commentate, to find gimmicks, I did it because it was fun. I liked making videos with my friends. I liked seeing my friends compliment me for my video. And it just sort of accumulated. And I would say I still sort of power on that energy. That energy of, I'm proud of myself when I make that stuff. I wouldn't say it's only for me and not for views. There are a lot of video ideas I have that are for me that I really want to make, but it's hard to say how it would be responded to. And those are things I hold off on because I don't totally know how to bring it to my viewers in an interesting way. So a lot of it definitely is, for me at least, influenced by, I want to do this, but is it worth doing? That's still a factor for me. I would love to say it's not, but it is. I've talked about it before, but I follow the politics of my state a lot, of Georgia. I don't like how it's run. There's been a lot of corruption and voter suppression and a lot of shit that doesn't get covered much because everyone lives in New York or California, and no one really pays attention to Georgia. That's stuff that I wanted to talk about in a video, but I make gaming videos. I don't think I have to explain how politics tends to get received. That's an example of something I would do for me, but I hold off because I don't... It's not that I'm afraid to. It's something I think I could find a way to do with the right approach. But I'm not making that on a whim. You know, that's a bigger project. FUNKe, well, it wouldn't get viewed as much. And for a serious subject like that, I don't want it to go under the radar of people. I want to use my platform to share stuff I think is important or interesting. The problem is a lot of my politics are armchair. You know, I read the news and hear opinions, but I'm not educated on how to talk about those things. So I don't want to write about it and feed that to other people, like fact. Leap of Voromir. Dropper segment, instant 5 out of 5 for me. This is the DLC I was waiting for, damn. Alright. Yeah, well, our Senate race was really important because it would essentially flip the House, right? It came down to like 2 spots, and we had 2 people running for House. John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock. And if they didn't win the House, then Republicans would essentially be able to stonewall most policies using their majority in the Senate. But because 2 more progressive candidates in Georgia won, we had a lot more leniency for budgeting, for COVID, for, you know, just pushing policies through. It was a big deal. I don't think they're super challenged right now, either. It seems like their seats are strong, but who knows? America is so bipolar. Thanks for the sub, Kobe Goo. Really? Time segment, alright. Have I heard of Scott the Woz? Yeah, that name rings a bell. That's the, that's... That... Guy, that's that angry, video game nerd guy, right? That's his real name, Scott the Woz? Even though I don't think I've seen Scott angry once in my entire life. I'm joking, in case it wasn't obvious. Well. Yeah, I'd be lying if I said, it kills me I don't have Scott the Woz kind of YouTube output. I've tackled with that a lot. I want to be able to put out, like, a video a week. But holy shit. I finish one video and then scramble for 6 days, deciding, like, what's worth it? What's worth making? And I cannot fathom how he does it. I mean, yeah, I know he takes breaks, but it's still, for like 2 months straight, a video a week. I'm not even talking animated either, you know? Like, I could cut some corners. I just get so lost deciding what's worth making. Much less 20 minutes long. That's the part that really confounds me. I get through 7 minutes of script, and I'm like, I don't want to hear about this anymore. Like, that's enough. I think it's just... I'm a very literal person. And I'm not a big fan of that either. When I was younger, I put a lot of spice into putting in non-sequitur jokes and just trying to be funny. But I got so used to sort of missing the point that I curved in the another direction. So now I'm very literal. Fuck. And I tend to just cut down to the meat and bones. And once I'm like, alright, I made my point, the video's done. And I really want to get back to just having fun with it. Saying wacky shit. Adulthood, man. You start wearing your old personality like a skin suit. I think I'm supposed to charge and attack between those, but it's just not charging. Am I sick of The Good Life? I don't think I've listened to that song in 4 years. So kind of. I'm not sick of coming up with little bits for my outro. Like, I don't mind sort of remixing it for my own purposes. I still love the song. It's still probably one of my favorites. And I've listened to Pinkerton. But I just don't think I've listened to the full Good Life in a long time. Not because I hate it, but just because I've already, you know, it's already a big enough part of my life. I don't need to glorify it anymore. I know what the song... Guys, I know what The Good Life sounds like. I don't need to hear it to hear it. You cannot charge midair. What the hell am I supposed to do then? I guess I'll try to do it without wave dashing. Well, I just lost. Yeah, there's no way. I can't. There's no way to cross that. Should have prepped. Oh yeah, the orb. I thought I was so goddamn smart. Felt like a genius. Oh, I don't have to hit those. Maybe that's why I've been hitting those. About Redstone Ocean? Yeah, I read it like 2 years ago. Damn. I'm glad you like it, Mark. I just don't understand how I keep this dash. Because I can't do a jump attack. See, I have to dash there. I can't. Maybe if I'm higher up. When's the new video planned? I'll let you know when it's out. I don't schedule them. I want to, but I don't. I wanted to try and get on top. So I have to hit that without using my spin, and then I gotta spin in the middle. God help me. I mean, that has to be it. If I got that close. Luck to sing about the Buddha and the Judah and the sea. It doesn't seem like I'm doing anything wrong. I'm just the slightest bit off on my last jump time. Because I don't think I need to save my double jump for the end.
know how I got these emotional scars.
I don't know why. This game just brings out my Joe Queen Phoenix. I'm so tired of seeing this honeycomb pattern. Pog moment inbound. At some point. Pog moment not found. Please try again later. That's rough. Now that's what I call gaming! I mean, I learned that the spin can be saved all the way to the fan. It just requires some impeccable timing. Which I have, so this shouldn't be a problem. I did it so beautifully that first try. But I don't totally understand how I reached it. Like, is it just I'm jumping off that first wall run too early? Like, that has to be it. If I'm not far enough on that first blue, there's nothing I do. Beep-bop boo. Watch there be another one of these segments after this segment. can't. It might be possible without the spin, but why would I go for that? Gopher. This isn't a mandatory segment, but now it is. Emotionally. Yeah, it's the height here that's really fucking me up. Note to self, don't even fucking bother with the double jump. It's not even worth it. Wow, with the spin. The spin save. Yep. Even more. This is the final fucking level, and I've just started the DLC. Why is this is just in the first area? I'm not even gonna make it now. Last try. Come back to it later. I didn't die. That was all a dream. All perceived experiences are inherently subjective. You saw nothing. I'm just gonna hope that doesn't reward me with something mandatory. Ah, great to be back. You don't have a Covenant soul. Damn, there's a lot of these things. Is this like... I guess maybe the whole DLC just more or less is these areas. But I know there's another zone, which is why I'm wondering if there's a specific place I'm supposed to be going. Freaking non-linear game design. Let me guess, the way I free the Void of Shadows is by clearing every one of these challenges. Is that more or less on the money? Because I can't really tell what's going on here. I think blue means I've already beat it. Yeah. Maybe I'm just meant to go level by level up. And the reason that was so hard is because I literally climbed to the top and started playing it. Aw, thanks, Chuckles. I don't want to be an asshole, but I ran the numbers. If I uploaded actively enough, I think I have like 30,000 subs a month right now. I could hit 1 mil in like a year. Like a year and a half. That's if I'm uploading once a month minimum. So when you account for my actual activity, which is 2 videos in a month and then I disappear for 2, I think it's like roughly 30 months. I'll get there. Just have to really motherfucking grind. Wait, I do have a guardian soul, but I was up there and it said I didn't have one. I'm confused now. Is this a different guardian soul? I haven't played the Outer Wilds. I do have one. Oh, Covenant Soul. There's a Covenant Soul, and there's a Guardian Soul. Yeah, I remember Eisenhower. I miss the Long Dark. They just didn't update that game the way I kind of wanted them to. I do want to try out Green Hill. I think that's what it's called. It's another open-worldy survival game. Thanks for the sub, Krim. There's an update coming? Ooh. I will observe. I opened a door down here. That must mean something. This game's camera work is so confusing. It's like a door opened in here. Actually, it just opened in a room that looks identical. Not this one. Like, I thought it was in water. Long Dark isn't a horror game. You just get attacked by wolves and bears. Gratitude towards the Queen shall be eternal. Let us hope that we never suffer such a tragedy again. Damn, here's Blue Fire schooling me on how to play a scale of notes on a controller. I'll be damned. It's kind of a confusing interface. But I think I get what it means. Scale. Key. Any requests? I'm gonna play some Green Sleeves. I don't... It keeps bringing up my emote menu, which is not helping. I'm glad that's a feature. I just wish it was a little more labeled so I know what the hell I'm looking at. I appreciate the comments on my video that wrongfully believe I have a good understanding of how to play music. It's actually very valuable to me that viewers don't understand the difference between programming music and playing music. It's a subtle but valuable manipulation of expectations. I think if I was just better at reading a scale of piano keys, I would understand more. Interesting.
The traitors have fallen. History has been thinned. This war shall live in our memory forever.
Good to know. I like the fact that that's all there is in this room. A functional piano. Oh, jeez. It's nothing over here. Alright, back to throwing myself against a wall. I'm not totally as invested in this as I was the main story. Admittedly, the side mission world statues were not my favorite part of the base story. I want more flying sentient t-shirts. What is missing? Well, even higher up, I guess. I want to take you for a ride. There's a boarded up door, but those are not functional. Deadly challenges await the warrior who seeks to recover the divine weapons, even the most powerful can fail. Difficulty 5 stars. And there's like 20 of these. Okay. That's non-threatening. Relatively. Boy, this is some Celeste Seaside shit right here. But something tells me I'm not gonna finish the DLC tonight. Just a hint. No one's ever made a horror creature collection game. You mean like a Lovecraftian Pokemon? That sounds pretty cool, actually. When are you getting a grilled cheese acoustic cover? Right after I finish the heavy rat. Right after that one. Got a bit of time here. Oh, please. You know what I learned today? Nothing. I live a very unstimulated lifestyle. Just wanted you to know. I might actually beat it this run. It's a lot. 5 stars though. Die! That's more 4 stars. I'm getting more of a 4 stars vibe right now. is admittedly a really unique puzzle room. I don't know why they had me doing jump platforming for an hour. I'm just glad to get more content from them. Anyways, even if this is not what I expected the DLC to be, it's nice that this game is getting more. It wasn't super platform-centric in the base game anyways. Alright, try that one again. Very relaxing sounds of bubbles and static electricity whirring. I should have seen that coming. Goodbye. You know, it's a shame that the average human doesn't just have a really big open field nearby their house at all times. I've been taking my dog to the park more just to get him out of the house. And if I walk him the entire trail all the way to the back of it, there's this empty big grasslands. It's like the default background of Windows desktop. And I just take him off the leash and I throw sticks and just let him run. And I run with him. And it is like the most deeply human thing like I experience throughout the day. Just running around in open fields. And it's, you know, makes me realize how depressing it was when I lived a bit closer to Atlanta in a little condo not near nature at all. And even worse for people that don't have access to that just locally. If you ever feel like you're falling in a routine and you need to think, just find where like the nearest park is to you. Bro, sorry to be even more dressing, but in the Jerusalem Post, the Chinese Surgeon General reports that there is now a H10N3 virus. I feel like I'm getting set up for a bid, because that's just a bunch of buzzwords. If it's not a bit and you're saying there's another virus going around, then yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, I feel like people forget this because it's been memed to death. But before COVID, we knew that there was a plague every 100 years. We looked back, the 1900s, a bunch of people died, 1800, 1700. You know, Black Plague, whatever the last one was, measles. It's just, it happens so regularly. And nobody really stopped to consider. Well, not nobody, but like society. Like we all talked about Y2K. I didn't, because I'm not a boomer. But society talked about all this stupid shit happening. Why the fuck was no one talking about, yeah, about time for a plague, huh? Like we're about due. And it's exactly what happened. And even worse, it's happening in a time in history where you can kind of just go anywhere. In the 1900s, you know, if you hated your city, your town, you go on horseback to another one, right? Maybe that's 30 miles, maybe that's 100. You can just catch a fucking plane now. These viruses have gigabit internet in the form of human bodies. So, who's to say that the 100 a year average doesn't become 50 or 100 years per plague? What if it becomes 50 years per plague? Because it's just so fucking hard to contain it. It's just weird. Weird to think about. The counterpoint, I guess, is this is sort of teaching us to be prepared in the future. Like, we weren't ready for this, but we'll probably be a bit more ready for, you know, Delta Omega COVID 2.0. But still, you can never, predict this shit. I mean, at least we have semi-solutions to that now. Oh. What's my favorite fictional rendition of a world-ending virus? I don't know. So it would be hard to list one. I'm curious if there's a movie or a TV show about a virus where it doesn't kill everyone, but it just sort of gives them dementia. Like the entire world just forgets everything. I mean, wouldn't it be almost creepier instead of your loved ones dying, they just sort of disappear and become a blank slate for some new ego to grow? And they just like become a different person. And you try to teach them like, no, this is who you were. This is what life was like before it hit you. But they're just like, the circumstances are too different. They're just like, that's not me. Like, I don't want to be that. I don't know if there's a piece of fiction like that. That's the first thing that came to my mind, though. Like, not zombies. If you're talking about fictional world-ending viruses, as long as it's not zombies, it's probably interesting. I'll be honest, I get worried about my own memory sometimes. You guys have seen it on stream, where I'm trying to think of a really average word, like compensate or something, and I just can't find it, and I sit there going, what's the word, what's the word, what's the word, what's the word, what's the word? I'm doing that more and more these days, and I'm worried it might, like, in 70 years, my entire vocabulary will just consist of what's the word. Hey Justin, how are you doing? What's the word? What's the word? What's the word? What's the word? And I'm just waving and smiling the whole time because I've completely submitted myself to this. What's the word? What's the word? Oh, yo, well, what's the word? What's the word? What's the word? Damn, I'm too fast. Wait for that platform to come back. My favorite world-ending virus is the JoJo stand in Part 8 that turns people into zombies. That wasn't world-ending though, funnily enough. Not even a spoiler. It's a literal like one-off fight. Renton, I'm self-taught in animation in that I just watched YouTube videos about animation. I didn't go through a course for it. You know, I unlocked a memory the other day. I always thought, I started off making Minecraft Blender animations. And I just was like, yeah, that's where I started. And then I unlocked a memory. When I was like 11, I did Lego stop motion. I used to really watch, I think it was Forest Fire 101. Used to be a really big Lego animator on YouTube. And I loved that shit. So I got one of those cameras with the wired controller that lets you click it to take a picture. That was like where I first learned to animate. And I'm wondering what other memories I need to, like, unlock to find my full backstory. To get back to the point, though, yeah, I'm more or less self-taught. No, I'm by no means an industry professional, but you can definitely get pretty far just watching animation, taking up the principles of it. Whew, that's where I died last time. Oh, man. This is a lot. There's a lot happening right now. Guardian key used to unlock the Guardian door. So I'm done, right? There's no way there's more crazy shit I gotta do. Just looking. Fuck. GG. I got the Guardian door, so I don't know if I technically have to finish this. I probably do. Where do we place our bingo bets? You can put them in Funk Stuff in my Discord. If you don't want to join it, just tweet it at me. Or DM me on Twitter, whatever works. But if you want like to share it, then my Discord server. Correct. This was the video. This was the game I mentioned in my movement shooters video, where I'm like, if you want a Metroidvania platformer, I recommend this game. Same one. I'm gonna get through like 2 levels of this before the stream ends. I miss Smash Fortress. It was one of my favorite custom TF2 mods. Just can't really play it anymore. I mean, it was a big inspiration for my Korra, or my pro bending game idea. If you look in the document I made, I specifically mentioned Smash Fortress because I think its level design would probably work with the mode. They're around, but they're never populated, and I don't want to have to start a stream just to populate a server. Tip the Hats is officially over. They hosted their event October 1st and 2nd, so like a day or 2 ago. But I think just running it is really difficult for them, especially, you know, after these last few years. They were monumental, man. Tip of the Hats was goated charity TF2 event. So proud of all the people that worked on it. It'll be missed, but I totally understand why. They might still have merch open if you want to go donate, but I think the event is more or less concluded. Best AGDQ runner? Did Brian Otto ever do AGDQ? I saw him do a commentated speedrun of Titanfall 2 a while back. I can't remember where the event was. I loved his breakdown of it. I think there was a medieval speedrun featuring the devs that was really cool. Jeez. This is cool. Also, the DLC is free, which is great, but I don't think I'm gonna finish this on stream. This is something I would, like, turn on at 11 a.m. with a TV show and just vibe to. But not exactly the most stimulating content to stream. Three more tries. 3 more tries on this one. This DLC almost feels like it was made out of spite. Like, oh, you want more content? Alright, we'll keep you busy for a little while. It's one way to placate people. I've heard of high GPS's balance mod. Don't really know the details. It's cool. I think people rebalancing TF2 is always interesting. Just a pretty modular game. Like years ago, there was a star mod where he did a lot of really weird shit. He locked the heavy class for like, I think, like once every 3 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever. And when you pick the heavy, you spawn as a giant robot heavy and you're basically a boss. And only one team can have it at a time, I think. It's been so long. But there is some really weird, wacky shit. That one doesn't count. Fluster. I don't think this is true, but I read a supposed leak that Weezer would play the intro for the next Sonic game. And it's probably not true, but it says something that my first thought was, that's kind of perfect. And now I'll be upset if they don't do that. Weezer cover, live and learn. Where did I hear this from? I don't know. A screen cap of a forum post of a screen cap of a Reddit post. Through the grapevine. Please, please. Oh. Cool lightning effect. Very blue. Very retro. Very cool green glass texture. Looks very dirty and uncleaned. And green. My specs are in my FAQ. Which is like linked under the stream. I've been trying to get a 3080, but I couldn't find one. And now I need to get a car. So I don't even know if I can afford to get a 3080. Very cool marble texture. Yeah, that's expected. I think I know what the problem is here. I need to become one with the green. Embrace it. Not green enough. I need to be more green. Multiple shades of green, including orange, which is a really far-off cousin of the color green. I didn't know there was a PvP MVM mode. Tongue twister. Interesting. Never played it. Favorite 70s band? I'm not sure. I think they're called the Midnight Candle or something. Sort of a Bowie-esque rock band from the 70s, I know. But I'm not sure. I think I got the name wrong. They made a song called Beds Are Burning. I can't remember their name though. Something about midnight. Oh my god, I love Queen. Queen is my favorite 70s band. Right behind Nirvana. Midnight Oil. Yeah, I think that's it. I'm kind of just picking them out of a hat, though. If you had a gun to my head, I'd probably find another option. I remember one time I was just getting groceries, and this older gentleman working the cashier just started listing off 70s psych rock bands. And I listened to all of them at home, and I loved them. I just can't remember their name. But a lot of the 70s I listened to is psych rock. I tend to go down rabbit holes of 2000s bands, though. Just because it was a weird time where a lot of people were in bands, but there weren't good ways to distribute their music. So you have all of these really good bands, like RX Bandits, that just sort of faded out or stayed under the radar. Because, like, how do you market yourself in 2006 or 2008 without connections? I'm getting so sloppy. 3 more tries. Or 10:30, which is 4 minutes away, whichever comes first. I miss Jeff Mangum. I miss him. Where'd he go? Sup? Currently me in this little bubble. I'm up. I haven't heard back from Sinister. I've messaged him a few times over these last 3 or 4 months. But he's just kind of off the grid. And I get it. I did the exact same thing last year. I hope he's doing alright. Just haven't heard. But again, I get it. I've been there. Go. Strategic clothes change. Mid-air. Watch this. It's gonna blow your mind. Boom. How does he do it? Do I remember Shadow of Israfel? Yeah, and I'm forever fucking pissed off they never finished it. Yogscast taught me at a young age that the world will blue ball you and then walk away and force you to cope with it. They taught me not to trust YouTubers to ever finish what they start. What even was Shadow of Israfel looking back? Was that just like a really convoluted D&D campaign in Minecraft? And why don't we see those kinds of things anymore that aren't aimed towards 7-year-olds? I'm a 24-year-old man and I want to spend all day watching people roleplay in Minecraft. Is that asking for too much? No, I will not do it myself. I heard Rubber Ross and a group of people are trying to actually make a functional D&D-esque game in Minecraft with like playable races and stuff. I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, Crypts and Creepers is the name. I'm in love with that idea. I'm curious how versatile it will be. Like if they have campaigns built around it, or if it's sort of modular. Time will tell. I do still need to finish my Minecraft map. I said years ago I'd finish it. Still waiting. I mean, I don't really know what happened, what the Yogscast are doing these days. I haven't followed them since, like, the TF2 mix-up hour. I don't know. I understand I understand YouTube branding. Like, their channel grew beyond their names. They have a really big group, a big team. They definitely sort of made their mark. I don't think anything necessitated them staying the same. And honestly, a lot of the Yogscast people, from what I know, are a little older. They're not, like, old, but they're not exactly young adults figuring out their lives. So, when they've sort of secured their livelihood, why... I don't know. Risk it. Why gamble it? Take your breaks. Come back when you feel like it. Do what you want. Yeah, I heard that there was some drama within it. I guess that Shujin was doing some no-no stuff with fans. I think he was Drake belling it. Don't quote me on that. Yeah, there's a really uncomfortable precedent with YouTubers and intermingling with fans intimately. I don't have much to say about that, but I heard about it. It sucks. I think it's just the nature of, like, people who make gaming content. They're not the most mature or, like, I don't know, emotionally developed people coming from a gaming content creator. So that's how you end up with a lot of these situations where they abuse their influence because they don't understand the dividing line between, well, they're a fan, they like my stuff, I want to get to know them. Some people don't really comprehend the power of that dynamic. And it's, you know, it's unfortunate when people end up being hurt or exploited. I don't know the specifics of that situation. I just know that kind of stuff happens frequently. It's a shame. NG Bread, the Vine Sauce situation is very, very different. to my knowledge. I don't. It's not something that warrants talking about. It was some private. I don't like being a drama kind of content creator. I just know some people felt they just weren't happy with the relationship they had, and a lot of stuff ended up going public. But it wasn't like exploitation or abuse. It was just really bad communication and unfortunately awkward circumstances. That's what I know of it. Which is why I don't think it really warrants discussion. It's not my business, and it's not something I think other people need to react to. Like, I'm not sure how to say it. I've had a bad breakup before, but there's sort of a line where it's like, well, I gotta learn my own lesson and move on from it. And that's it. Thanks for the sub, Puppy Oaks. It's good that the stigma is breaking a bit with actually calling out the stuff that warrants getting talked about. Like creators grooming minors, just abusing their friends. I don't know. Manipulation is getting called out a lot more, and while there's definitely still false positives, overall it's better that people feel people are getting held accountable when it's warranted. It's definitely better than, you know, when I was first getting into watching YouTubers and content and all that, and it was all under the radar. People would do this shit, and you'd hear a story here or there on, you know, you'd see a 4chan thread, but it never really amounted to much. It was just sort of, oh, they're a shitty person, and you don't even know if it's true because you're not hearing it from someone affected. As I get older, I try to be more empathetic. Not to people that have, like, done really shitty stuff, but sort of the nuance of shit like Chris Chan, where it's like, yeah, they're a bad person. They're a really bad person. But it's also kind of sad how if they just sort of didn't use the internet, they might have avoided a lot of that. A lot of the bad decisions and detachment. Like, in some ways, the internet kind of corrupts people. Like, attention corrupts almost in the same way money does. When you get caught on that high of, well, people are talking about me, you can end up spiraling down a road of just trying to be talked about for any reason you can find. Often the wrong reasons. And it hurts watching people, like, sort of break down live in front of you on the internet, and you can't do anything about it. You just want to, like, tell them, like, get off. Like, just stop using the internet, but you know it won't work. Like, it's their livelihood. It's their social outlet. Yeah, who's that Nikocado? There's one of those mukbang YouTubers, and you can see the timeline of him gaining an unreasonably unhealthy amount of weight intentionally, and just sort of, I don't know, completely flanderizing himself into this binge-eating man-child because people watch it, because it's fascinating to watch humans make bad decisions. And it's this self-fulfilling cycle of, I'm gonna keep doing bad things because you keep watching me do it. And there's no solution either. You can't be like, we're gonna ban you for making content. Like, he's just eating food and crying on camera, but he's not hurting anyone besides himself, presumably. He's just acting. Okay, I mean, he still gained 250 pounds. Whether or not you're acting doesn't mean it's a good idea. I don't think I've gotten past that once. And, you know, I've been on the, glimpse of my own breakdowns just from framing so much of my life around this glowing screen in front of me. So, it's especially hard seeing other people really go past the point of no return. It's hard to really wrap your brain around the fact that every time you see someone online, while you watch them, they're out there somewhere in the world just breathing and thinking. I mean, that goes for everything. If you really want to psych yourself out, like when you're listening to a musician, while you listen to them sing, they're somewhere out there just breathing. So when you have these characters that they're just, all you see is them destroying their own lives from the outside in, it almost starts seeming like a TV show. Like, there's not a real long-term effect here, you know? They'll collect their paycheck and walk away. But 5 years are gonna pass, and they'll either end up in prison or driven off the internet, but they're still out there breathing. And their whole life is almost broken, erased, because they couldn't stop chasing the purple dragon that is views. Sad. Yeah, it's one thing to be stuck in a niche of like, you're that video game guy. You play that video game, and if you play anything else, I don't care. But imagine being like, oh, you're that guy that fucks his own life up, that eats too much food, or, you know, does really assholey pranks. Imagine being pigeonholed there. I mean, you're stuck. Why purple? It's just an old turn of phrase for people that were drug addicts. I don't remember what drug, but chasing the purple dragon. I think I heard it in a South Park episode. It just means you're chasing the high. Like, all you're doing is spending all your time chasing this concept. In this context, it being attention or fame. Heroin. Yeah, heroin. Here it comes. They jump. Look around. Nothing. Thanks for the sub, Technomancer. I know what I'm doing wrong. Spinny move. Oh, that was so close. A performance artist? That's a little vague, but I get it. I mean, we're all chasing that dragon in some way. I'm chasing the high of not having to clock into a boss. I mean, my motivation is that I like being creative and just making stuff. But the sort of adult undertone behind it is I don't have to clock into work. That's kind of the high I chase. So I understand wanting to be an artist or a performer. Everyone's multifaceted, you know? Like, you can enjoy the craft and enjoy the fruits of it. Everyone just wants to be a mime at the end of the day, conveying emotions through visual, attracting attention, but not getting too close to breach the invisible line. That's a very articulate way to describe it. People want a soapbox. They want to be able to step up on the soapbox and hear people listen, but no one else can step on their soapbox and no one can kick them off of their own soapbox. And they decide what's said on it. Yeah. It's definitely interesting to me, Hazer, being sort of... I mean, I don't consider myself old guard of, you know, YouTube and Twitch. But, in a way, I'm kind of mid-guard right now, you know? Like, there's all these new faces coming in sort of blowing up. You know, over the course of a year or two, someone just goes viral for being an interesting person. And there's a lot of people that have sort of surfed along, watching all of these names rise and fall before and after them. It's definitely interesting. I think there is some security in building up slowly, of not blowing up so big that you kind of have a credibility to maintain. Not even a credibility, just sort of a relevance. like, I'm sort of a slow burner, right? If Funk disappears for 4 months and comes back, there's a lot of people that are just like, alright, Funk's back, cool. But when you blow up out of nowhere, a lot of your followers are kind of, without icing it up, a lot younger. And they'll remember you, but I don't know. I feel like there's probably so much more pressure to stay around at all times, to be glued to the internet. Thanks for the sub, Nuggies. Yeah, I guess flaky is the word I'm looking for. Like, you can definitely blow up and then sort of fall off but still have a following, which is almost jump-starting the slow burn. But I don't know. And this is just my conjecture. I don't know shit. This is just me coping. I'm seething, I'm malding. I feel like it might, like, I don't know. My work feels more personal just because I know that there's some guy out there that watched, you know, the sniper mating call video 7 years ago. And they check in now and then. Like, I just wonder how Funk's doing. There's sort of a personal investment for me of, like, I want those people, when they check back, to know Funk's still doing good. He's challenging himself. He's not getting stuck in a pigeonhole. But when you just blow up, people don't really know what you want to do. Like, is this YouTuber going to become a musician? Are they going to become a reactor? You don't know what they want, what they're going to be. You might hear about it, but you don't know what's going to happen. And that might create a dissonance as a creator of, like, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to go forward with what I have. But I don't really have to worry about that, because I sort of plan with this is what I do, but if it falls through, I have a fallback. My life isn't defined by this. I don't know if other people that blow up might feel that way. You don't know it? Okay, well, there's a line, right? What's Dream gonna do in 5 years? I mean, I can tell you right now, with his following, he'll have a following in 5 years. But even if he didn't, the dude, he's rich. They say money can't buy happiness, but it can buy things that make you happy. This might be a really... In fact, I'm a 24-year-old. I don't know shit. This is definitely an underdeveloped opinion. But I've always looked at life as like, alright, if I have a car, I have my own, I can buy a house, and I'm comfortable, like, if I want a relationship, I can get that. Like, those are like the, those are like the two tenets. I can buy somewhere to live, and I can keep a social life. If I have those two things, it doesn't matter what else I have. All of the stress of what am I going to do with my life, that is like a day-by-day problem. So if you blow up, you make $1 million, $2 million, and then you like lose that outlet, you still have a pretty fucking strong fallback of, alright, I'm gonna sit in my house and wonder what I do with my life, which is an extremely privileged position to be in. And, you know, honestly, someone like that, they earned it. They were savvy. They played to their strengths. They made some money along the way. There's nothing wrong with making a quick buck and dipping if it doesn't hurt someone else and you don't go trending every 3 months for cheating on a speed run. What's my fallback plan? I don't have a strong fallback plan, but I know what my strengths are. I know that I can, you know, with my resume, I can... Fuck, what is my fallout plan? I don't have one. No, I mean, I would probably start by looking at industry jobs for video games or film, whether it's animation or some sort of creative consulting, which is probably an optimistic approach. But I know I can fall back and, you know, I can edit for another YouTuber. I have the credibility. I can find that kind of link. I know I can go work some 9-to-5 local barista job just for the extra income if and when I need it. And I know that I can be happy without what I'm doing right now. But that's because I kind of got to slow cook my career, I guess. I've done a lot of thinking about, like, what if I wake up and it's all gone? What the fuck am I gonna do? I've had moments where I'm like, is this my peak? Have I kind of given the world what I can offer? And I've had personal recoveries where it's like, I'm happy with who I am, and I know vaguely what I want to make. I don't know what I want to be doing in 3 years, but I know I like making content. And I know my bubble, pun intended, is big enough that I don't feel claustrophobic. And it's small enough that I stay humble. Perfect middle ground. Alright, maybe I need to be working a little bit harder, but all in all, I'm not panicking about 5 years. Work in advertising? Yeah, I mean, I could. I don't think I would pick advertising personally. I have very heated opinions about... I have pride, and certain things could compromise that, and I feel like advertising would compromise my pride. Because ads are by design, they're just the most fucking annoying thing in the world to me. The most annoying trend, if you can call it that, in recent years that I have to deal with is I'm listening to a podcast and every 10 minutes I have to mash the fucking skip 15 seconds button because there's some advertisement for Raycon or BetterHelp or some random advertisement. And it's like, I get it. These are valuable services. But I've already heard this ad. I don't want to hear it a 30th time. So the amount of frustration I get watching ads makes me not want to participate in their creation. Also, I beat it. Wahoo. There are definitely clever advertisers out there. I think there's an art to good advertisements. I don't want to belittle the marketing teams that work very hard. I just don't think it's for me. I got a key for one of these higher ones I want to go try. Would I accept a sponsor? I wouldn't. I don't have a pact to not take them. But in my ideal world, I will never have to. In my ideal world, I can shut down the Patreon and just have passive ad rev income. If there was a sponsor that just spoke to me, like if Weezer reached out and said, hey, we need some promotion, I don't think I would even fucking think before accepting it. Because there's almost a comedic precedent. Like, I would be... If Weezer asked me to promote them, I would be... It would be comedic homicide to say no. So something like that, yeah, sure. And, you know, I should really bite my tongue, because I'm sure there will come a point in my life where I need to do promotions. I have to build savings to pay off a house or, you know, whatever medical debt I will likely incur in my life. But I still function with this optimistic 14-year-old attitude of, I just want to make cool stuff and I don't want to think about the money at all. Like, I want a self-sustaining lifestyle that doesn't require compromise. A simple want, a simple desire. And that little Justin in my heart causes me a lot of trouble sometimes, but we get along. I just noticed it syncs to the music. That makes more sense. Which is even more painful having heard some of the numbers that bigger sponsors offer. Like tens of thousands of dollars just to mention them in a video. I don't think I've gotten any like that. But I've definitely gotten offers that, you know, would make my life easier. But if it's at the compromise of the comfort of, like, viewer comfort and my own pride, I don't think it's worth it. I have a Discord if you... !Discord. Fuck. Hard to time. Doing pretty well. Oh no. Ugh. Something just doesn't sit right about me if a portion of my video's timeline is a product. It just makes it makes me feel compromised as a person. Like, imagine you're having a conversation with someone and in the middle of it, you just take your shoes off and shove them in the person's face, and you're like, yeah, you see these boots? Yeah, these are Fibaducci boots. I'd love to stop and talk for a moment about the quality of their lace design. And you're just talking to this person, and they would think you're fucking insane. Like, dude, we were just talking about Breath of the Wild 2. Where the fuck is this coming from? That's what putting sponsors in videos feels like to me. It's like I'm having a conversation with people, and it gets interrupted for capitalism. Not everyone views it that way, and there's no right way. Like, when I see an advertisement, I don't think, fuck this creator. I just think, wow, this is annoying. But I don't, like, I empathize. It's like, yeah, I get it. You gotta run ads. Like I said, I have this really optimistic teenage attitude about everything, where I want to go uncompromised. Doesn't make things easier. You have to get verified. I mean, if you mean Discord, you just have to, like, get it on your phone and type in a code. That's all. You don't have to, like, type it every time you open Discord or anything. Damn. Donk. Look at prequel adventure. Haven't heard of it? Sounds cool. Oh, so close. Would I rather be able to freestyle or dance to any kind of music? That's not even a competition. Freestyle. Think of the amount of, like, creative improv skills I would have if I magically could freestyle. It would be so great if I could say anything I wanted. Fate. Undaunted. See, I can't. I lock up after the sentence. The cheese wheel is man's greatest invention. Attention, attention. I lost my shoes in a parking lot. Fought off 12 alligators with a shoe. Who won? None. Society. Also, you could really sell freestyles. Like, I just pay someone to make beats, and I freestyle over them. It's like easy clout. who's gonna pay me to dance? Maybe I'll like take 1s and 5s on VR chat with full body tracking. It's not worth it. Hiya, buddy. Oh, that almost worked really well. $11.11, everybody, make a wish. I wish I beat this level. And fucked your mom. Shit, I only get one wish. I don't know why the 11/11 wish thing is. I just had an old girlfriend that always said it, and now it's like planted in my memory forever. Well, don't quotations girlfriends. It was my we like had I know for a fact she was my girlfriend because we passed notes with the word girlfriend written on it. I was also a kid, but I remember that. I remember 11/11 means make a wish. Doot. Oh, this is tricky. I have to jump the top one while it's off. Almost. You have none of the things to verify the server? I don't know what to say. Good on you for not being on social media. That's all I can say, man. I can't really lower the settings on the server because we've had issues in the past of people causing ruckus, so the verification prevents that. I mean, you might just want to make a throwaway account if you really want access to it. Otherwise, maybe someone can smuggle out some shit posts for you. I haven't had any issues with Junkyard recently. I've been just trying to stay more actively monitoring it so people know that I'm watching. And I'm more or less doing a zero bullshit tolerance policy on shitposts and Junkyard. I don't want no ironic, you know, homophobia, racism, sexism. There are some... When you don't actively police a Discord, especially like at 3 a.m., sometimes people just sneak in really crass shit. Yeah, irony poisoning. So, it seems like so far I haven't had any reports of big problems happening. I'm hoping it will continue that way and I won't have to delete Junkyard. As long as people keep it for, you know, lighthearted bullshit, abstract memes, that I don't care about it staying up. I like seeing dumb, you know, funny shit posts. I don't like seeing jokes at the expense of other people. Where the entire joke is, haha, I don't actually hate these people, but could you imagine? Like that, hey buddy, that's just racism. Ironic shitposting is still shitposting. And most of those people, they're either gone or banned, so it's not an issue right now. And I intend to keep it that way. Suggestions for a Reddit name? What are like 2 funny words? It's crescendo fetishist. Croissant lover. Croissant lover. Zamboni tickler. Wolf. Monogamous orgy organizer. I think that's too long for a name. Celibate sex enthusiast. Monogamous swinger. That's a good one. Oh, close call. Not a call at all. Dial-up internet. Hung up. Chairs aren't real. that was really not. That was when the whelm. I deleted my YouTube channel. I think videos are the devil trapping the souls of good Christians inside a rectangle for the rest of their lives. Doomed to say the same thing on repeat for 10 minutes. And I felt bad about all the Justins I was trapping in videos. So I deleted it. That's why I'm streaming, because it's live, so no Justin's trapped. Except for the eventual sentient AI Justin that will be amalgamized from the extensive archive of video personality content I'm feeding the machine at the end of the universe. But that's his problem to deal with, not mine. Yeah, it's nothing. Yeah, I'm almost at 6K. I have great news, guys. Fantastic news. I finally passed Uncle Dane in subs. 6 years. Took me 6 years to do it. Been waiting for this one. And all it took was him slowing down his upload schedule. It counts. Now I gotta pass Star. I think Muselk's off the table. Maybe a second channel. Doesn't that one have like 800K? I can probably pass. I gotta pass Star and maybe Muselk's second channel. That's how it goes. I don't know how many Star has. I think it's like 100K more. And he doesn't upload. So that one's a sitting target. Shit, I gotta pass Lazy Purple now. That one is gonna be hard. It's alright, I'll just, I'll bring back So You Want a Main, and it will be formatted exactly like how it feels to play, down to the script. And I'll just recreate all of his SFM animations, but slightly differently. I mean, why reinvent the wheel? What if I remastered Wanamain Demo Man? Like, I just remade that video, but with the 2021 spit shine. Like, every joke in 4K SFM animation resolution. Wonder how that would do. No, I know. I never made Wanamain Medic. I'll just, like, speedrun that out before he gets his... I'll just fucking beat him to the punch. He will probably, like, that's a very quick way to ruin a friendship. I think I might become... I'd be okay with Lazy Purple unadding me if I just beat him to the punch of making a Medic video. My friendship with him is worth exactly 10 million views. Anything less and he's gonna stay my friend. I'm not gonna undersell him, that's for sure. Sniper bowling. I want to elaborate on that one. But there's stuff I want to do with that idea. Real throwback. Oh, I'm not even halfway through. How much is 10 million views? It's approximately 1 million more than 9 million. Do you mean like money-wise? Dude, I don't fucking know. I get like 1.5 million if I'm lucky. And that's probably like a couple $1,000s. I don't remember how many. Probably like 2 to 5K range. Off of that. But that's not lifetime. That's just like the first month or two. I mean, if you extend it to the lifetime, it's probably more. I have no clue how much 10 million is. Also, my videos are usually under 10 minutes. Like, 10 million views on a 2-minute video is very different from 10 million on a 20-minute video. What made me the most money? I don't keep track of which one's doing the best. So I don't know. Like, the I Miss TF2 video did really well, but it's under, I think it's under 8 minutes, which is the minimum threshold to have 2 ads, 2 mid rolls, I think, which actually adds a lot of revenue. So I don't know if it's my best one of the better. I mean, I didn't really even look at the ad rev at all up until probably like this year, where I'm trying to take the long term more seriously. So I don't even know how my older videos did. I just know I could pay rent with a teeny bit extra to save. When I was active, at least. No, I agree, Chuckles. But I think that's part of the challenge and the fun of being a human. You find out where your best is, and then you spend your life chasing the high, trying to best yourself. I think the funniest joke I've read in chat all night, and it wasn't even a joke, is "You are very brave making a living on YouTube." That was hilarious. Really love the use of the word brave. Yeah, I'm putting myself out on the battlefield. How's it working out? Could be better, could be worse. Life's no fun without something to keep you on your toes, right? Jeez. Like, I'm not coasting. I gotta wake up each day and commit brain power to thinking about what I'm gonna do. That's not the end goal. The end goal is I use 0 brain power and do whatever the fuck I want. That's like the dream goal. Would I rather Twitch? I think my skills are better suited for videos. So I don't mind that being my breadwinner. I mean, I enjoy streaming. I've had moments where it was like my primary focus. But there's kind of a more immediate stress of streaming. It's a different kind of stress. Where you start to kind of, I don't know, overread yourself. Like, I gotta be interesting. I'm being boring. I gotta change that. When I'm not streaming, life is like so much more relaxing. Video games are much more fun when you're not juggling trying to be entertaining or even just have a conversation. Like, yeah, if I got 10,000 concurrent viewers tomorrow, you can bet your ass I'd ride that shit, right? But I still think my heart yearns for big video projects. Or at least big projects. I mean, I won't bore you with the details, but Twitch is a very comfortable not fallback, it's sort of a safety net. I mean, it's a safety net monetarily, but I meant more so, content-wise, when it's like, I want to interact with my fans, but I don't have a video ready. It's nice just, like, I'm just gonna stream and let people see the human behind the bomb. Is Tag in that kind of situation? Yeah, I feel for him. I 100% know how it is. I feel like I talk about this too much, but it's a different set of skills being a good Twitch streamer. One... I don't like talking ill of myself. I have no negative opinion about how I do things, but I think the best Twitch streamers have a very unique skill set to just, like, half of the shit they say is funny for reasons you can't even explain. Like, it's funny because they don't understand why it's funny. Like, every other word out of Jerma's mouth is a meme, and even he probably doesn't understand why. That's a very unique skill set, to be able to just say something. I was watching Tip of the Hats, and they were playing, like, what is it? Gartic Phone? And it was Jerma's turn to guess what the drawing was, and he wrote, "Pay for green or red." And it was just the funniest shit ever. And I don't even know, I don't know why. Like, the drawing was funny, but that interpretation, it broke me. Whereas when you're making videos, there is a certain skill set to understanding timing, weaving in big words, bigly words. What's the word? Like, you know, coming up with a bigger theme for a video and sticking to it. Understanding how people are going to be following a video's pacing and trying to sort of subvert it, catch them off guard, introduce something interesting. It's just a different skill set. With that in mind, because it's a skill, it can be honed. So even if you're bad at it, if you're actively trying to get better, you will get better. But you can't just go out every day and, you know, just, I don't know. not challenge yourself, not try to be funny or anything. You don't have to. I don't try that hard on a lot of my recent streams, but... Oh, I'm talking down. But you know, these are more conversations for me. It's something I want to do. I want to go back to, trying to have big streams. Or big concept streams. And that's all I'll say, because I feel like I'm sort of stream of consciousnessing right now. No, not like the dollhouse. I mean, that was an amazing example. I meant more like an experiment and see what feels like me kind of thing. Do. I feel like I'm getting better at this level. Yeah, streamers are bad at curating content. But you gotta understand how competitive of a field it is. Anything you could ever possibly think to do, someone else is streaming that shit right now. 95% of the time. Whereas with a video, even if someone like has already talked about what you want to say, you can give it your own spin. Because there's so many moving parts. There's editing, there's audio, there's visuals that you can control. But when you're streaming, you have very little control over anything besides, you know, audio and, you know, maybe some pre-made shit like VTuber avatars and props. How verbose can you get? I think my... Yeah. I think my communication methods tend to get entropic over very short spans of time. That's, I use the word entropic. Okay, that was just goofy. I'm very articulate when you put a pen in my hand. When you put a microphone, I just want to suck on it like a thumb. Like I don't really know what to do with it. It also helps just having Google at your hands. When you're writing a script and you want to phrase something really uniquely, you just look up synonym of word. Like, I'm gonna use this word, but I want something more verbose. Alright, synonym. You find the biggest synonym word, and you just put that in your script. I think that's how I write my verses, too. Word that rhymes with this. Alright, which one of these sounds cool? And is relevant to the sentence I'm saying. I do not remember what the telekinetic blast is. And I don't think I can look either. Fireball? Oh, I do. I have a fireball attack. It hasn't been used once in the DLC, so I literally forgot about it. Why would you use Bing? Are you trying to Google how to paint your ceiling? You don't need Bing, you need a therapist. Well. Alright, a few more tries. Pink. The artist. This shit right here. This is the challenge. One down. Can all the rebels in the chat spin a cow inside their head right now? Just to style on all the aphantasic people who don't know how to do it. I'm spinning the cow vertically, assholes. What are you gonna do about it? How? The cow is now Gmod gibbing. Rip. Rip, run over. Damn. Bro, I'm alive right now. I be conscious and shit. What the fuck? Sorry, I just had to get that out. Take care, Opulent. Enjoy your throwaway Reddit account. Sometimes it's good being a stupid person, because I can get amazed by, like, the most benign things. I probably spend at least every day 15 minutes just playing the keys or the guitar just to stay sharp. And every time I hear a good song, I still think, how do people keep coming up with good music? Like, how is it possible? All the music's already been made. You have Bohemian Rhapsody. You have Banana Zoo. You have the Sonic X opening, and then out of nowhere someone comes up with, I'm trying to think of an example, Jump Up Superstar. Like, how the fuck do people just make good music? It blows my mind every goddamn time. And that's one of the benefits of being stupid. You practice until it's realized? Oh, I thought you just go to one of those chord generator sites and generate a 1564 in in Q sharp, and then you feed it into jukebox, and then it makes the song for you. I thought that's how music was made. I thought when a mommy Epiphone and a daddy Focusrite Scarlett 2i4 love each other very much. They have a baby, and then 9 months later, a song pops out. I thought that was how it was made. An album takes 10 years by your logic. Yeah, are you a fan of Daft Punk? Me too, man. Rip. Still waiting for someone to master the theremin. I want to hear a really cool theremin solo. How? theremin is like this little rod that sort of tracks, I don't know how it's shaped, like a cylinder of space, and you stuff your hand. You just put your hand near this instrument and move it to make the notes change. From my knowledge. I don't know where I got that explanation from. But yeah, it's a magic instrument. No, not like a flute. Not like a flute. It's like you raise your hand to make the note higher. Or something like that. Like a guitar. No, you're thinking of a hurdy-gurdy. Which I also don't think is like a guitar. Why task manager in the video? Because it just worked. I just needed a party member and it worked. Rip. Preemptively gonna run this one back. Here it goes. The run. Thanks for the raid. I'm about to swoosh this victory. In honor of it. How can I keep going? It's been like an hour. Because I've made it 24 years through all of this. All this struggle. I can make it 1 hour through a really sluggish level. Boom. I have to, like, watch these ones. So if I jump at the top, it will be too high. If I jump about halfway, then it should even out. Just as I planned. Do you guys believe in just like in general? Are you a proponent for believing in? Not of anything specific. Just like philosophically. You know, sometimes I'll just be having the worst day of my life. Everything's going wrong, and I'll feel like, you know, what's all this about anyways? And then I'll go hug my dog, and he'll do this thing where he picks up his hand and like, just sort of waves it at me. and like just puts it on my knee, and all of the childhood optimism floods back to me, and I just think I can do this. I'm just thinking about that right now. Having been stuck on this level for a while. When things get hard, I just think of my dog doing that cute hand thing. And I'm filled with determination. Yeah, exactly. He's like trying to pet me. You might have pet a dog, but have you ever been pet by a dog? It's a very different experience. It will change you. See, heaven is actually a lot like the Smash Brothers Fighter Pass. Only one person can get that ticket, and I'm giving it to my dog. He's getting my Fighter Pass. How? Exclamation. Space. You know what's funny is 24. But what's even funnier, I just read that funk fact someone posted in chat. That, for those who don't know, that was my YouTube bio in 2008, where I wanted to have 500 subs, which is now comedically hilariously out of date. However, my Twitch goal, I unlock my next emote at 500 subs. That's the hard number right now. So in a way, that's kind of the perfect bio for my Twitch streams. I'll update the links under it later. Just say that. You don't know? There's supposed to be a counter on screen, but I guess I broke it. It's a number. It's somewhere, probably. Thoughts on dry skin? It's skin by another name. A rose by any other color is still a rose. I don't know, but I shaved my legs today. I don't know why. I just haven't shaved my legs in probably like a decade and a half. I can't remember the last time I did it. I don't grow that much body hair. And I saw how dry my skin is. It's not femboy, I have a beard. It's patchy as shit. But it disqualifies me from that word, I think. I don't know. I don't know how this works. And the reason I cut it is because I was just sitting outside, like, thinking, right? Just thinking. And I realized I don't have, like... You guys want to hear about my leg hair, right? I will go in excruciating detail. It was, like, really stringy and long, but it wasn't thick. And I thought it looked weird. So I thought, alright, I'm gonna give this another 6 months. Fresh start, see where I'm at. I'm gonna test my aerodynamicity. and see what my gains are swimming. And that's it. That's all I had to say. Not itchy. Very bruised because I don't work out enough, but not itchy. $360 clothes change. Just hold on. Just hold on. Just gotta... Okay. There it is. I'm contrasting the red with the color, with blue, just to like really accentuate how I am above these platforms. This game is Blue Fire. I'm playing the DLC, which is like opening up Celeste and playing the D-sides, basically. It is really hard, bite-sized levels. The actual game is fairly different from this. It's more combat and exploration. I just happen to be in one of the Mario Sunshine segments where you're doing a little stage. You know, I almost gave myself an aneurysm the other day trying to imagine how you make the color blue with other colors. Like, what two colors creates blue? Primary colors, like RGB, red and green, that makes blue? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, yellow and blue make green. That makes sense. But green and red make blue? No. What the fuck? How does that work? I don't even think I'm right. I think it's like cyan and magenta or something makes blue. I might be mixing up what actually makes blue, which would be par for the course for me. This is coming from the guy that made a color theory video. It's crazy, right? Cyan and magenta make blue. It just sounds wrong, but it's right. I don't know how you'd get it, RGB. Or not RGB, like, I don't know. I went to college on this, but I dropped out before the part about blue. Which is why I'm stuck in this predicament. Blue is the longest light wave of the three colors. Is it? I don't know that. I mean, I know that each color is a different wavelength, and that's why we can perceive it differently. That's why we can differentiate colors. I also know that when you see a color... I hope I don't butcher this. It's not that you're seeing that color, it's that... Oh god. I feel like an idiot. It's like you're seeing every other color removed, but the color blue? What the fuck was it? When you perceive color, you're actually perceiving... It's the lack of the color blue. Yeah, but that's not the right term I'm trying to, like, convey. Oh, your eyes are absorbing every color except the blue, which is why you're seeing the blue. Which really is not an articulate explanation, but color's weird. Eyes are weird. I hear that the wires... Yeah, I'm using the word wires because my brain is fucked. That the connections, the nerves behind your eye are upside down because evolutionarily, we kind of just fucked it up. And our brain was just like, I'll work with this. And so the brain flips what you see, even though it's getting fed information upside down, essentially. Like, our eyes just evolved in a really stupid way, and our brains were just like, alright, I'll pick up the slack. And if you look up a diagram of what our eye nerves look like, it's it's goofy. It's just funny. I have a shower thought. The least appetizing name for a cookie flavor is kitchen sink. Whoever came up with that is stupid. If I offered you, and you didn't know what was in it, a cookie that was, quote, kitchen sink flavored, would you eat it? And do you think it would taste good? To answer your question, it is a real flavor. It's named kitchen sink because the recipe is essentially grabbing whatever is in your pantry that's sweet or would go well on a cookie, and you just mash it all together. Raisins, chocolate chip, oatmeal, peanut butter, whatever you have, you throw it in. And it has that name because of the old saying, like, you threw in everything except the kitchen sink. Like, you threw it all in a kitchen sink and took out everything except the sink itself. And thus was born a cookie with the least appetizing marketing scheme this side of the Mississippi. I had some recently. It wasn't that great. It wasn't awful, but it was not a cookie I'd go back for seconds on. But it's a real thing. Oatmeal cookies slap. They're fucking high tier. I'm not a fan of raisins getting thrown in the mix, but they get a bad rep. I'm not gonna call them a high tier cookie though. An oatmeal raisin cookie is not even in the same ballpark as like a black and white cookie. Or, you know, a peanut butter cookie. It's not even comparable. But let's not talk about that because the only cookies I have in my house are the kitchen sink ones. And I hate that this is making me want to go eat one. Kitchen sink cookies reminds me of that episode of Nathan For You where he goes to help an ice cream parlor and pitches the idea of a poo-flavored ice cream. Monthly reminder to go watch Nathan For You, one of the best TV shows ever. But he goes to this little ice cream shop and says, "We need to get you trending. We need to get you trending. So, here, the plan is, they like contacted this flavor company that comes up with flavors, and they asked them to make the most flavorly accurate fecal flavor that they can make that tastes genuinely like shit. And then they would fill up, they would have like this novelty ice cream flavor available, and people would come in just curious, like, what would shit flavored ice cream taste like? And they actually did it, and they recorded real people going in and saying, "Wow, this is awful. That's terrible." And then at the end of it, Nathan shakes the guy's hand and says, "Glad I could help." And then that's the end of the episode. That's all he does. Correction, the guy, he asks the guy, "So, you like the idea, right? You're gonna keep doing it?" And he's like, "No, I don't think it was a good idea. I'm not going to be doing that again." And it's a real guy running a real ice cream place, serving it to real people. It's not like a sketch. And it's not even the best episode of Nathan For You. But the kitchen sink reminded me of that. Youch. Oh yeah, and he talks about rats running through the walls of the building while people are eating it. The best one? Probably the dumb Starbucks. Because of the precedent it set. But there are some great episodes. The best episode of Nathan For You, he goes to a coffee shop and tries to get them to rename themselves to Dumb Starbucks. Because if they call it Dumb Starbucks, then they would be protected under parody law. And they could sell coffee and shit under the name Starbucks, and people would read the sign and they'd be like, "Okay, it's Starbucks." And they wouldn't even, like, notice that it says dumb. And the guy running the shop says, "That's a bad idea. I'm gonna get sued. I'm not gonna do that." And so Nathan opens up his own coffee shop because he's so committed to this idea. But before that happens, he consults with a lawyer to see if he'd get in trouble. And the lawyer says the only way you'd get away with it is if you have some pre-existing work as a parody artist. So before making Dumb Starbucks, Nathan records a album's worth of really bad parody songs. I can't even remember what they're about, but it just really benign, awful song parodies. He just made a Lunchbox mixtape. And after that, he could legally defend himself as a parody artist. And then he went on to open up Dumb Starbucks. I could sit here for the rest of the stream and describe every Nathan For You plot. And it would be legitimate content. For the people that don't know what it is, because they deserve to know. I will describe one more, which is another one of my favorite episodes. And then I will change the subject. One of my favorite episodes was the electronics store that was trying to, like, they were getting beaten out by Walmart and Target because they're just, you know, affordable. And Nathan found out that those stores were doing a price match policy. And if anyone in the area was selling TVs for a lower price, they would price match. So they convinced this little electronics store to sell TVs for $1. And while they're doing that, Nathan runs over to Walmart and buys up all their TVs for $1, arguing that they have to price match the little electronics store. The problem was, the first problem, was they have to actually sell the TVs for $1. So what Nathan does is he puts a dress code on the store, and you can only enter it if you dress in a nice tuxedo with like shoes and a tie and everything. And if you don't wear that, you can't come in the store. But some people started showing up in tuxedos, so they put the TV in a back room behind a small door you have to crawl to get through, with a live alligator standing between the TV and the door. A real alligator. Not muzzled, not sedated, just a fucking animal. And they record real people walking into the store in tuxedos, and they're like, so where are the $1 TVs? And they walk them to the back room, and every single person tapped out at the alligator. They're like, no, it's not worth it. And they did that to make sure they didn't lose any TVs. And the episode ends with Nathan like going to the Walmart, and they're like, I don't care if they're selling TVs for $1. I'm not selling it for that price. And so by the end of it, nothing changes, no money is made, and no TVs are bought. Go watch the show. Yeah, it's got Eric Andre Sunny vibes. Nathan is one of my favorite comedians. Period. It's called Nathan For You. You might have to search to find it. I don't remember where it is. It might be Hulu. Or... it might be Hulu, but... it's hard to find. You might have to wink wink search pretty hard to find it. But it's worth it, I promise. Three more tries, and then I'm giving up preemptively. You know what I've been trying to find recently? And I'd love if anyone could help me. Stephen Merchant has a TV show, I think, called The Offenders. But I cannot find it anywhere. I can't find it on any streaming platform. I can't find it on any Yarhar site. All I know is it's on BBC. And it was supposed to be on Amazon Prime, but I don't see it there. And Stephen Merchant is another one of my favorite comedians. He created the UK Office. He voices Wheatley. He has a really good stand-up set. And he was on the Ricky Gervais show. He has a TV show called, like, The Offenders, and I really want to watch it, but I can't fucking find it anywhere. I'm curious if anyone's even seen it, because I know it came out this year, but I don't hear about it. But I'm told it's on season 2, according to Google. BBC iPlayer. Okay, I'll look around more. Two more tries. One more tries. It was interesting hearing Stephen Merchant describe the pitch for The Office. I was watching... what was it called? Office Ladies. So... Pam and Angela from The Office, the US one, they have a podcast, and sometimes they interview people that worked on it. I saw that they interviewed Stephen Merchant, so I watched it to see, like, how he came up with The Office. And he said he wanted it to be like some decade-old show that got shelved on BBC, and someone just went in the back room and found the tapes of it and decided to re-release it to fill out space. Like, it wanted to be like a really looked over show that no one cared about because it was super boring and dry. Like, classic UK humor. It was interesting hearing that was sort of the pitch. Like, it was intentionally really underwhelming. Which is fitting since no one watches the UK version of that show. Citation, some people watch it. It's on Amazon Prime for Canada, New Zealand, and Australia. Fuck me. Of course it's not in my region. That sucks. I guess I'll keep looking, huh? Hey Funk, why are you? Well, you see, my daddy met my mommy, and my daddy met my mommy, and my daddy met my mommy. And the rest is history. This is always the jump that ends it. What if I jumped from the left? If I jumped over here about now, then I could maybe make it. The question is, can I wall run on that? I didn't even get to look. I don't get frustrated when I fuck up platforming. I just get nervous when I've been platforming so long I can't think of anything to say on stream. But having a live chat kind of ups my patience for trying. I don't know if I'm gonna make it through this one though. I've already clutched a few of these tonight. I feel like I've earned a rage quit. Can you please not say yeehaw? It's actually really condescending to us Southerners. Our preferred slang is actually get along now. You hear? Have fun at the 12:30 a.m. bar, friend. Am I a podcast fan? Yeah, I dabble. I listen to really random stuff. Sometimes it's meditation podcasts. Recently, I listened to Philosophize This, and when I hear about a philosopher that I'm curious about, I find their episode. The last podcast I listened to, I've been listening to this one for a little while, is Inside Schizophrenia, where they talk about how schizophrenia works, the stigmas of people with it, and just what it entails. What else? I used to listen to the Lex Friedman podcast a lot. It used to be called the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. He rebranded. I think he's a cool guy. He wants to be Joe Rogan a little too much, in my opinion. And a lot of his episodes have kind of just became random nutrition and technology stuff that I've heard before. I'm not really following him now. Still a cool guy, though. Who's my favorite philosopher? By far, Diogenes. He knew what was up. He didn't give a fuck. I'm not sure what, like, teaching of philosophy I'm not into. Honestly, I'm kind of at a point where a lot of it just sort of sounds repetitive and samey. Like, what if Stoicism? It gets old after a while. I've been reading up on economic philosophy recently about, like, early capitalism and what the founders of it thought solutions would be to problems like wealth gaps. And most of them, like Adam Smith, he basically didn't know fucking anything. And he just thought the market would regulate itself. And that people would find the jobs that they like and they're supposed to do. And the rich people... It was hilarious. Adam Smith, who was like called the grandfather of the modern economy. And he said that the goods of the rich will eventually become the goods of the poor. That once the rich people, like, don't have a need for their clothing and their food and their house, they'll just give it to poor people. And they'll replace it with more rich stuff. Which was so hilariously off base, that, you know, you could write a stand-up routine about it. It was trickle down. Because he didn't understand how big the wealth gap would be. He didn't understand that even, like, the cheapest rich person's house or clothing would still be hundreds of times the salary of a layman. That's what I've been reading about. Specifically, Tyke. You know him. The sniper bowling dude. I've been catching up with him, and he studied philosophy and shit in college, and he wrote up, like, a thesis about Adam Smith. So, Tyke is actually where I learned a lot of that. Does trickle-down balance exist? Yeah, it's called taxing the fuck out of them. Yeah, it'll trickle down real quick when you take it from them. Yeah, early philosophy is very interesting, just because I guess they were just so disconnected from the world that a lot of them were kind of just spitballing, and they end up saying some really goofy stuff. Marcus Aurelius has, like, a whole page in Meditations about how it's okay to show love to your friends, to the people you care about, to your slave boys. And when I read that, I thought, ooh, Marcus, buddy, that one, that's a bit of controversial take there. And I don't know that many new philosophers. I'm sure they're out there, but they haven't. You know, they don't have the same name as the people that died 300 years ago, right? You can run on that wall. That's literally why I've been lost for so long. I just haven't bothered doing that. Mark Fisher. I will look it up. Economic philosophy is just a bit more interesting than like life philosophy because it feels a bit more practical. It's a bit more empirical because you can sort of get like you can read an idea and wonder whether or not that would work well. Whereas you hear if someone cuts you off in traffic, don't get mad about it. You read it, and 2 months later, you're kind of just like, yeah, no shit. Don't get mad about stuff. And eventually, a lot of those philosophies just sound like that. It just sounds like Snapple advice. But yeah, economic philosophy is tangible. It's good wording for it. I've read about Nietzsche. Not all of his stuff. I know that nihilism is often misattributed to a sense of meaninglessness, which isn't correct. I know that Nietzsche's sister was a Nazi. I was gonna say Nazi sympathizer, but at that point you're just a Nazi. And she wrote a book she released a book under his name that was suspiciously white powery, but that wasn't his work. So people, he didn't like his sister, to my knowledge. Or he did not agree with her philosophically. That said, I mean, I don't care that much about nihilism. The elevator pitch that I know, which is just sort of, we aren't put here with a purpose, right? We're sort of just randomly here. Like the universe just spit us out and there's no one watching us. I agree with that sentiment. I agree with the idea of in a world without meaning, you gotta make your own. Well, I don't think I don't want to say, like, whether or not Nietzsche agreed with Nazi anything. Economy, social shit. I don't know what his relationship was. I just know his sister was one, and he was probably not the brightest bulb in that area to begin with. I just meant a lot of the nihilism was disconnected from any political alignment, and it was purely supposed to just be outlook on life. It's an interesting read when you're first trying to understand what philosophy is. I have found it doesn't hold up super well as something to return to once you understand it. Like, there are certain teachings of, I don't know, the non-religious parts of Hinduism or Buddhism. Even if you're not into the concept, you can, like, return to it and kind of learn something. Or a mantra that's sort of interesting. But with nihilism, I don't really have that. Not a lot of cool mantras to memorize. Damn. I don't know where I started learning philosophy. I was just glued to technology and books from a young age. And along the lines, I kind of got swept in. I mean, one of the books that really got me into existentiality was... I used to talk about it a lot on stream. Nick Bostrom's Superintelligence. It's a philosophy book about, like, the far future. Not even far, but like 80 years down the line, if computers keep getting smarter, how will the world be different? What parts of our society will become automated and what will be human relegated? It's a great read about AI, even if a lot of it is really sci-fi out there woozy stuff. I read that in like 2016, and that put me down a hole of like, oh shit. Yeah, what is life? What is life anyways? I don't have a really big repertoire of philosophers. I am a leisure reader. I want to pick up the Bhagavad Gita. I don't know a lot about it. And I'm blanking on whatever else I've read recently. Camus? That name rings a bell. I think I was trying to read a book on absurdism, which is sort of nihilism adjacent. The idea of it's absurd, we're here and we're breathing and we're alive, so why don't we just make up our own meanings? Which is kind of why Nietzsche wasn't exactly a nihilist, because he had a lot of... I don't know if I'd label him an absurdist, but he sort of had some of that you can create meaning stuff, and that's what absurdism is. Absurdism, I think, is sort of in appreciating the novelty of life. Of like, yeah, it's wacky, we're here, but when you taste a new food you really like, it's really fucking memorable. When you see a really cool mountain or rock or tree, you remember it. When you walk outside and it's that perfect temperature of a little cold, it's like light jacket weather, it just, your day is better, right? It's those little random things, as absurd as it is, that's kind of what life is about. You know, it doesn't have to be about fulfilling a greater purpose for a greater deity. You can find meaning in that, but you don't necessarily have to derive your meaning from that. I agree with Momoke in chat. If you want philosophy, you're better off reading the source books and not watching those like YouTube videos. The videos are good once you've read a book and you want to hear another person's interpretation or elaboration. It's actually better because you can kind of assess yourself whether or not that person has a good interpretation relative to yours. But I wouldn't start off philosophy on YouTube videos. It's a good way to get introduced to stuff, though, like book recommendations that you might otherwise not hear about. You're just poor. It's called looking up a book name and then PDF afterwards in Google. Like, the Communist Manifesto, PDF. Boom. 20 results. That was a joke, by the way. Nothing beats like a physical book in your hands, though. painful reading a book off your phone. Off a PDF. It's just not the same. I can read off of the computer if I pull up a PDF or a book. But I feel weird sitting at my desk reading. I like going outside, you know, on the patio or to a nearby park. Or even just like at a table somewhere in my house. It's way more human. It makes me feel a bit less reliant and plugged into the internet, the computer screen. Like, you know how boomers sit behind the TV on the couch all day? When I'm reading a book at the computer, I feel like I'm doing my generation's equivalent of that. That's how I feel. And I don't like that feeling. The best reading is when you're out of the house and you're doing something, but you're just like waiting in line or waiting for something. I don't have good examples because I make videos for a living. But yeah, like sometimes if I, for example, when there's like a convention or an event in Atlanta, if I don't want to drive down there and I'll take the MARTA, which is just like our train, our monorail, you know, I'll read a book on that. And that's some of the best reading, because you feel sort of like, yeah, I'm multitasking. I'm moving and I'm taking in knowledge. I've been slacking on my nighttime reading. I know it's good to read right before bed, just to not look at screens. But I can't help it. Who needs books when you can just, like, create movies in your head as you fall asleep? It's gonna sound stupid, but, like, when I was younger, what always knocked me out like a light is just imagining I was, like, the protagonist of a fictional situation. Sometimes I'd be, like, playing RuneScape in Lumbridge, and I just start walking around. Maybe I'm like I found a death note on the ground, and I have to theorize how I would use it. You know, things that normal non-psychopathic people do. If I just start thinking in sort of fictional situations like that, it would just knock me the fuck out. And I guess I still kind of do it. It's not really as focused, though. I have a really human routine. Like, the first thing I do when I close my eyes is I play through tomorrow, but like in fast forward mode. I'm like, alright, tomorrow I'm gonna wake up, I'm gonna brush my teeth, I'm going to dry my hair, I'm gonna eat breakfast, I'm gonna go work out, I'll walk my dog, then I'll sit down about 2 hours later, start writing, and I just run through it. And then afterwards, I'm like, alright, shit, what now? I gotta doze off. Also, yeah, that's true, Momoke. Sometimes I'll, like, pick up where I left off. It's like, alright, yesterday's daydreaming before I fell asleep was it got pretty, climactic. right? I had just killed off every infomercial host using my death note, and the news was picking up that they had caught sight of the infomercial virus going around. All right, scene, go. And I just pick up the plot in my head. This says a lot about me that the first thing I go to is Death Note. I just panicked and I couldn't think of anything else. Would you laugh if I said that I've done that scenario but with JoJo in my head? Like, I need to fall asleep. What if stands were real? What stand would I have? I don't remember what I came up with. But that's kind of the point. It's not about, like, coming up with a plot. It's just about dozing off. And it works. Let me tell you, it works. Delusions of famehood. I think everyone at some point kind of has that phase of like, man, what if I just like popped off and I became famous and I was really good at something? As I became a creator, I learned it's really not practical for me to think about like, oh man, what if I just went viral? Because then I just wake up sad. Not even sad, it's just, I don't know, it makes me feel like I'm envious, which isn't a great emotion. I don't think it's healthy to have like a envious mindset of like, oh, I want something someone else has. So I just avoid that kind of thinking. Those kinds of theoreticals. Also, it makes me less appreciative of what I already have. Like, I already have a really impressive opportunity to make content for people at all. So why would I stay up in bed contemplating if things were different? Like, I just gotta grow what I got. I got messaged about that sim. I mean, I think it was Tyke. He said, like, you're viral, bro. And it was just like an old tweet I made. Someone tweeted saying, shotguns don't belong in video games. None of them are skillful. Name one shotgun that is an outlier to this rule. And I just responded with a picture of the scattergun. I'm told that that's going viral recently, again. I'll be sure to think about that when I'm going to sleep tonight. Should rock me straight to bed. That's definitely a behavior I gotta curb a lot, regularly. Envy, selfishness. It's very intoxicating to go down a line of sort of like, man, I could do what they do. I could do what they do. And my life would be so much easier. And it's just like, why am I thinking like this? Like, this is ugly. It's not the person I want to be. So I avoid it. Alright, and if it happens, I catch myself. What I've learned about growing up is you essentially have to become your own parent. Like, there's this antiquated monkey DNA inside of you, and it always wants to take the shortcut. No matter how mature you get, there's always that monkey DNA thinking about the shortcut. And adulthood is being able to subconsciously observe that and go, nah. Stop thinking like that, dummy. And the monkey will always be there, but it doesn't have to be driving the wheel of your brain. Or as the Vedanta treatise would put it, there are vegetable people, there are rock people, there are animal people, there are human people, and there are God people. And if you're giving in to all of your instincts and senses and greed and gluttony, and all you care about is you and maybe your family, but you don't care what the fuck happens to your outgroups, to society, fuck you, I got mine. You're thinking that way, you're a rock person. If you're thinking about, like, man, how do my actions affect other people? Is this a healthy way to think? Then you're probably a person. Or a God person. Ow. I'm so autopilot on this platforming right now. I might as well just be surfing in CSGO. I don't really stay within any certain subjects when I stream. If something weird and deep comes up, I don't mind talking about it. If I talk about it too much, I eventually sort of hit a line where I'm repeating myself, so I tend to space it out between stupid bullshit, pop culture discussion. But, like, godhood, philosophy, economy, politics, I don't mind talking about it. Doesn't mean I'm educated on it, but I like the discussion. Well, rock people are at the bottom. Rock people are people who only care about themselves, who don't care about society. They probably don't even value the well-being. They don't value even, like, their friends and their loved ones and stuff. It's still ultimately always about them. And they don't push themselves to try stuff. Just like real, like, full gluttony. That's what a rock person is. The only ones that really matter are rock people, human people, and God people. The other ones are just, like, transitionary. Human people are fallible, right? You want everyone to be... You want the well-being of as many people as possible to be a priority. I know this sounds like some this astrology shit. But it's really just categorization to make you sort of think about, like, man, am I more of a rock person? Because if so, that's not a good thing. It's not like, I'm such an elk today. I need to become, I need to be more of like a Homo sapien vibe. It's not like that. That's all. I think it's crazy wondering how genetics play into how our brains work. Our instincts, the things we think are right and wrong, priority and not, tribalism. Like,
Have you guys ever seen the news? Do you see how divided the nation is?
I mean, it doesn't seem as divided as it used to be. I don't know why I said that. That's not fucking true at all. A lot of that's tribalism. That's our genetics. That is, I want what's best for my tribe, and I don't want things to happen that hurt my tribe. Whether that's a political tribe of your ideology, whether that is a more literal tribe of your peers, of your perceived in-group, whether that is race or wealth class. A lot of it is you know, genetic tribalism. Of our brains just being wired to think there is a threat. How do I fight the threat? And some people give into that instinct and they don't understand that most good people want the best for everyone. They just understand there is compromise and some people have to give up certain things for the best of everyone. Like after a certain tax bracket, some of that is kind of forfeit to the people that are struggling. It's not forfeit because they're owed it, it's forfeit because we as a society can't afford to help our weaker links. It's how we pay for roads to get cleaned up, for potholes to get filled, for schools to get funded. That's all out of compromise. It's the same thing with insurance, welfare, it's school funding, frankly. Wages, you name it. And it's weird because from a, like, purely mathematical standpoint, it's really easy to argue. Like, yeah, we help out the people that are struggling, and the people that are rich stay rich, they're just a little less rich. But people cling to what they have. Because our monkey brains aren't really... They're designed for self-preservation. And not everyone has a good grasp or discipline on that. Or compromise, I guess, is a better word. Yeah, tax is great if the government is competent. Well, what the US government loves to do is fuck up all of its social programs. That way it can point at them and say, see, it failed, it won't work, that's why we shouldn't do it. But the only reason it failed is because they did it really shittily. Did you guys know that Social Security was supposed to be expanded to wider age brackets? It started out for old people, but it was supposed to expand down to like 40-somethings. And it just never happened. Because no one was holding the government accountable to do it. And yeah, I mean, you could trace that down to a lot of issues, right? Why is the government allowed to become shitty? Is it because people aren't educated on politics and so they vote in the wrong people? Yeah, that's part of it. Is it because, in my opinion, I mean, this is just a fact, but younger people that are of voting age are less likely to vote. 18 to 20-somethings, they don't think it makes a difference. I feel like that cannot possibly still be the case. But historically, younger people don't value voting as much, so they don't vote. So who's voting? All of the old people. What are all of the old people voting for? For things to not change. Why don't things change? because the people that want change aren't voting. Again, I'm not saying this because I think it sounds smart. I'm saying it because it's obvious. Also, politicians don't tend to get held accountable for their bad calls. The only way, if a politician, like, pushes a really shitty bill, or they shut down a really good bill, it sort of gets hand-wove under, like, oh, well, the party isn't on board with that. It's not me, it's the party. I'm just voting with the party. There's not really a great record of, hey, these politicians are voting for the shitty stuff and not voting for the good stuff. Get them out. There's not like a good database of that. Or if it is, it's not something a lot of people care to inquire on. So the average person doesn't really know what their representatives are doing. Which is why they don't get removed. And that's the most painful thing for me following politics. Watching the old guard of 80-somethings stranglehold all societal reform. You know what's funny? We have a retirement age for almost every job. If you're 65, you can't be working at Publix. You can't be working the deli. You gotta retire. I wouldn't trust a 60-something to, trying to think of a good example. I don't know. I wouldn't trust an 80-something to file... Admittedly, I'm choking up on an example, but people... They retire after, like, 65, 70. In almost every profession except politics, where they sort of just hold office until they're kicked out, or they feel like retiring. But most professions, 50 and over, you kind of willingly leave. Yet, like 70% of our politicians are over 50. I don't know, that's not a hard statistic. You could poke a hole, but a concerningly large amount of US politicians are boomers. The Supreme Court fucking pisses me off. I don't think you should have a seat for life. The argument is, oh, but then they don't have to worry about re-election. What the fuck do you mean, worry about re-election? What, they don't have to be worried if they are bad at their job, they get replaced? Is that it? I think I want my representatives to be worried about getting fired or replaced. I'm okay with that in the Supreme Court. Especially in the modern day, where we're not going by carriage and horses. We have computers and shit. You could say the same thing about the president. Well, I mean, people do say that about it, but it was proven multiple times that the party of the acting president, and this goes both ways, choose not to hold their president accountable. When he does something that we say, hey, that's against the rules, you can't do that, they say, okay, but it happened, and he's still the president. Because it's unthinkable to say, hey, you've failed us a lot of times. I'm trying to think about how that wraps back to what I was saying, but... Dumbass gamer politics. I mean, America isn't a democracy. I don't remember what the word for it is. An authoritocracy. There is a governing body that decides... a republic, that's... yeah. It's a republic, technically, not a democracy. It's not... see, a democracy is like what the majority of people want happens. But majority of the United States polls for wanting marijuana legalized, yet it's not legal. Because a governing body of people decide on behalf of citizens whether or not it's in their best interest to make that change. That's not democracy. Not when that governing body votes in favor of non-majority policy. Do you think we should let other parties that aren't Republican or Democrat try their hand at being a leader? That's not how it works. It's not about giving the libertarians their chance to prove themselves. The problem is inherent to our voting infrastructure. It is, by all means, throwing away your vote to vote third party because the platforms of the existing two are way too big. There's no way you could conceivably pull that many votes to a third party out of nowhere. The only way you would fix that is down the line voting, which allows you to say, hey, this is my first pick, but if they drop out, this is my backup. I don't want my vote to get wasted if the person I want to win, you know, drops out or, you know, dies right after Super Tuesday. I can't give you the proper explanation, but if you're interested in sort of like reforming to be more of a meaningful democracy, then I would read up on, like, voter reform. I mean, like, we have independent representatives, technically. Like, Bernie is an independent. I don't remember if he was voted in as an independent or if he switched. Justin Amash was a Republican. But then I think he said he had a controversial opinion and he got kicked out of the Republican Party. So now he's an independent. But realistically, the only way I think there is to make change, as a lot of more educated people would articulate, is through the two-party system. Like, if you want to win, you gotta run as Republican or Democrat. Like, that's kind of just the unfortunate fact. Even if you don't align with the party's values, the only way you'll get their votes is if you say, like, hey, you might not totally like me, but I'm more on your team than I am theirs. Because that's just how a lot of middle America thinks. Teams. It's a sport. Us versus them. I'm smart saying these things. Again, I know to any politically savvy person these are pretty base level observations, but for one, I'm a gaming streamer, and two, the change isn't happening, so it doesn't hurt to keep talking about it, I don't think. And yeah, I mean, Bernie's an independent, he ran as a Democrat, and he still lost. Thanks, Warren. So realistically, even when you're in the party, you still have to conform. Which is a problem, but how do you fix it? That's the million-dollar question. I think the way you fix it is by showing up at the gala with a tax the rich labeled on the back of your dress. I think that's how you make change happen. And make sure to get the dress commissioned by someone who regularly dodges taxes. I appreciate you, AOC, but come on. I'm not even mad about it, it's just a little embarrassing. Anyways, what were we talking about? Independence and democracy. It's unfortunate, but change is gradual. You pretty much have to shift the status quo, and even then, nothing happens. But I think it's wrong to have a doomer mindset. That's what I've learned. I didn't vote in 2016, and I regret it. Just because whatever I picked, I think it's important to be involved, even when it's between a douche and a turd. Because a lot of the old guard that doesn't want things to change, they exploit the fact that people are so hopeless that they think nothing will change. They use that to prevent change. It's sort of a self-defeating cycle. The literal only way to combat that is to make being politically active cool. Thankfully, it feels like that's the general vibe. Given how many thirst Twitter profiles there are for Hassan, it seems like younger people find political activeness to be a cool thing. Also, yeah, being a doomer is just too much work. It's literally less work to just be politically active. Because when actual important things happen, it's way harder to say, it doesn't matter to vote. Because shit happens and you're like, that only happened because we voted. A lot of the vaccine budget stuff only happened because two progressives won in Georgia, which gave the administration a bit more leeway with budgeting through the Senate, through the House. That only happened because people voted in the midterms and the primaries. How can people not like that? Well, when you don't agree with the ideology of either, when Hillary came out and she was literally just like the textbook, I'm gonna say things that sound smart and then produce fucking nothing for 4 years except a couple of band-aid really easy wins. And all of our economic disparity problems, all of our corporate puppeteering, that shit is gonna be A-okay fair game. And then Trump comes out and he's like, fuck everyone and everything, and also I'm gonna be corrupt as shit too. It's really easy to look at it and go, this is a fucking nightmare, I'm not even gonna vote. But realistically, presidential elections are about much more than the president, because they appoint they appoint a lot of different government positions. hold on. I'm on the important part. I'm trying to focus. They have an influence that goes far beyond their presidency. Like when they appoint judges for a lifetime, that extends beyond their presidency. Also, I made it. So even if you fucking hate the president, sometimes you have to vote for the less shitty one. The one that will vote in less shitty appointees. That kind of stuff. Yeah, Supreme Court. I was so focused on platforming, I lost about 30 words from my vocabulary. Because I really don't want to restart. Alright, so it's just inverted platforming. Yeah, it is pretty hilarious. Trump lost the popular vote and still won presidency. Another example of the really obvious thing that shouldn't have to be said, but electoral votes aren't people. That's land voting. And it makes no fucking sense at all. If more people voted for someone else, then they should win. I think CJP Gray made a video about the Electoral College and how awful it is, but how the most realistic solution is kind of keeping it, but having the representatives sort of agree that no matter what, they're gonna vote for whoever won their state. Like, alright. Everyone voted for this guy? This person? Okay. They get the electoral votes. It's a good video if you want a literal explanation. Yeah, the NPV compact. Some sort of a compact. Basically, our Constitution was really smart in a lot of ways, but really flawed in other ones. Like, not our Constitution, like the heritage, the origin of our country, of my country at least. And it comes down to a lot of gradual adopted change to change that, because there's no way that it gets pushed through by, like, a president. Like, this, alright, we're just dropping the Electoral College. Not a fucking chance in the world. Shit's gonna get shot down everywhere. Fuck me. Fuck me sideways. What a shame. I couldn't tell where to go until I finally saw the bluebies. Ouch. It's 1 a.m. by the way. There's no checkpoints in this at all, by the way. It's all one go. 3 more tries. I did a spin. There was definitely a time in my life where I thought I might move out of the States. Like, this is too painful to watch. Nothing's changing. Everything is a dystopia. I want to move out. Now, for obvious reasons, that's much harder these days, but on a different note, I wouldn't even really want to do that, because I feel like my life as a voter would be probably better utilized trying to help create that change in my own country, rather than fucking over the people of the future by robbing them of one more well-intentioned vote. Also, it doesn't seem like the UK knows what the fuck they're doing either. Neither does Canada with Mr. Was it 3 or 4 time blackface Trudeau? It seems like a lot of the world is going through their own shit right now. So, I might as well hang out in the States and just keep on voting. I'm sure there's a getaway somewhere, but whatever. It's probably less work to just fix here. Tick-tock on the clock, but the party don't stop, no. One more try. I have a friend in Australia. Maybe. Well, I mean, I know 5-4s, but I'm only really friends with Pete. I don't know his collaborators that well. I do get to hear some of their early demos now and then, though, which is a great privilege. The greatest honor of having a musician friend is getting to hear their awesome music before they release it. And then it's out and other people are like, this is great, and you're like, they don't know I was first. My ears heard it first. Thanks, Turn. Yeah, much love to Enchain. Well, that bites. That smarts. One more. Just one more. Just one more. Doot 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 doot. I'm so tired. Whenever I jump, I keep thinking the blue fire kid is like doing what's the word? Holy shit, I'm blanking. I think he's doing a split with his legs whenever he jumps. Like the swords are his feet. It's open. One more. I said one more. Alright, that's it. It's 1:30 a.m. I'm just gonna cut myself off. I deserve one rage quit after all I've done today. Yeah, that's it. What day is it? Monday? Alright. Next scheduled stream is on Tuesday, probably 7 p.m. ET. So, I presumably will see you in about a day. But this is fun. I don't know yet if I'm going to play the rest of it on stream. Maybe I'll just have this, like, on the back burner. So, if I finish playing something else, I'll open up Blue Fire. It's fun, but I feel like this is something I might play off stream. Either way, I'll be back in a day or so. Thanks for hanging out, subbing, talking, chatting, anything at all. Good night, everybody. Peace and shalom. And love. And a fourth thing.